Yes, it did. Calling the combined meeting of February 15, 2024 to order. All stands for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, 6:02.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer. Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
And Council President Patil.
Here.
Patel, sorry.
Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting, as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975, has been provided by an annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, the Star Ledger, the Sentinel, and Desi Talk on December 12, 2023, and posted in the main lobby of the municipal complex on that same date.
For the review of the minutes of the regular meeting of October 2023.
Not at this time.
Reports from all council committees. Starting on my right, Councilman Brescher.
For the Amazon committee, we received the data. Thank you, Sonia. I haven't had time to review it today, but I'm going to get that out to everybody in the committee. We'll take a look at it, and then we'll set up a meeting for the following week. That'd be it, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle.
Council President, I just have a small report for DPW. Just a thank you to all who worked through the snow and the great job they did in the community. I had several phone calls from residents on how happy they were on the snow removal, salt. So great job to DPW and the work they get done in 24 hours. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Council Vice President.
Yes, I'm going to save the Public Advocate Subcommittee until John Pointer, Councilman Pointer, gets here. So I'm going to read the other committee notes that I have. Starting with the Animal Shelter, which met on the 13th. We had a very good meeting, and I think it was efficient. We have updates on facility improvement. Well, first of all, the really good news, they've hired 2 more employees, and there are 2 more who are coming back for second interviews. So the staffing is moving ahead, and the volunteers, they are in process of reorganizing the whole volunteer program. So they expect to be moving ahead with that within the next few months. An RFP is moving forward for architects to come to the animal shelter and do a design for an expansion. There are some recommendations from Dr. Feddersen, the veterinarian, and these are people who have experience in the area of doing animal shelters. And she's got, I think there's some group from Boston that's going to be taking a look at this. Cameras are going to be going up soon. They've got the materials are going to be going up soon to where they need to go. They are working with Merck to get medications, and also the 3 veterinarians that have been approved are able to supply the medications and vaccines as well. There are currently 15 dogs, 17 cats, and 6 kittens in the shelter. This is really good news. We had 4 adoptions in the last week or 2, and so that's moving along well. In addition, a couple of events. The Lucky Paws Bingo Night is February 24th at St. Matthew's Church, and it's a $5 donation per family, which the proceeds go to the animal shelter. And then also on Sunday, March 10th, there is Tales at the Tavern on George in New Brunswick. That's an adoption and fundraising event for the Edison Municipal Shelter. So we have events on February 24th, the Lucky Paws Bingo Night at St. Matthew's, and we have Tales at the Tavern at Tavern on George on March 10th at 5 p.m. Next meeting is Tuesday, the 5th of March at noon. Moving on to the Edison Cultural Arts Committee, soon to be commission. We met also on the 13th. And we are getting together the gallery application, the appropriate gallery application, because it's time. We've had this exhibit there for a while, so we want to get the gallery application up and running and dispersed. We are going to be going over bylaws for once we become a commission. There's a question about the reappointment of expiring terms. So we have Diana Jaffe, whose term actually ended in December of last year, and Michelle Sudakar, whose term ended in August of '23 as well. And so my question, and their question is, with becoming a commission, what happens? Does everyone start all over again with terms, or do they continue as they were? So, Business Administrator?
I would just refer to the attorney regarding any deadline on the commission side of it.
All right. So the question, now that we're becoming a commission, we were the committee, now we're going to be a commission later on. And we have 2 terms that expired last year. We have other ones that that will be coming up through the course of the next couple of years, but that's operating as it was when we were a committee. We would like to be able to just roll those over instead of having to have everybody start all over again.
So the way that it's set up is so that once it has become a commission, you do appointments to the commission rather than roll over anything from the existing committee.
So we have to
The terms themselves, and I can't remember off the top of my head, have set expiration dates for their initial appointments, and you could potentially line those up with the members as they currently are, so that they would finish out whatever they have left, according to, because they don't all expire at the same time upon initial appointment, so that you get those staggered terms and you don't end up with an empty committee all at once.
Okay, so it's a formal process, and we can certainly have the same members that we have right now. We can reappoint them, and then we can try and go with the staggered expiration dates of their terms. Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay.
that's how you would do that, so that you don't have any kind of weird expiration date overlay.
Okay, all right. Then we also are going to be having a steering committee to work with the Edison Arts Society, and I believe it's you, Lois Tarr, I think you're on that committee, and I think there was somebody else. Was that Diana? Oh, Kathleen. Okay, good. So there's going to be a steering committee to start partnering with the Edison Arts Society. Our next session will be March 12th, and I believe now that we're going to be a commission, it will be right here in council chambers. That is the report on the Edison Cultural Arts Committee, soon to be commission. And again, I'm going to wait. I'm hoping that John gets back here to discuss the Public Advocate Committee. We need his. I'll bring it back. Thank you. Okay.
Councilman Patel?
Thank you, Council President. I agree with my council colleague on the DPW. You always do a wonderful job. I did send an email sometime in the afternoon about the north end. I believe there was a truck broke down situation, but as soon as I reach out again, thank you, Sonia, for quickly sending the crew to clean that area. Again, DPW, you always do a great job. Keep doing the great job. Thank you for your service. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Schmuel?
Yeah, I'd also like to thank the DPW. I took the scenic route Tuesday morning to my office, and driving through Edison as I made my way up north, I saw a ton of plows. The roads were clear, and I just want to commend the men and women at DPW for doing an extraordinary job of maintaining our roads and taking care of this, of getting us to our destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Schmuel. Council Vice President, if you want to bring back the public advocate, Councilman Pointer can step in.
To make sure he passes through security, all right?
Okay, we'll wait for Councilman
Okay, he's
Pointer.
passed through. All right. So the Public Advocate Subcommittee met on Wednesday, January 31st, and at that particular meeting, we had Councilman Pointer with us. We wanted to talk about what his objections were, what his thoughts were about the ordinance. And bottom line to that is that we do not have a path to a 5-person veto-proof approval for that ordinance. So we are looking at alternative routes for this, one of them being, of course, a special, putting it up as a referendum, which we would talk about the timing for that, whether that would be in the general election on next year or whether that would be a special election. But I wanted to turn this over to Councilman Pointer to discuss what one of the alternative routes, the other alternative route to this, and that goes through the Technical Review Committee. So, Councilman Pointer, can I turn it over to you?
Councilman Pointer, you are recognized. You can also report on any of the committees.
Would it be possible to take like 2 minutes just to set up and then
Your time.
come back to
Councilman
that?
Patel?
Yeah, in mid while you settle down, I would like to acknowledge Boy Scout student here, Soham Kute. He is working towards the Eagle Rank. Thank you for coming to the council chamber.
I do apologize. I was late picking up my daughters from daycare and school. I did have a series of notes, but I'll just kind of go off the top. In regards to items that I think are more appropriate for the governing body and the municipality to do, the underlying thing, first and foremost, is that we have to have our zoning laws updated to the 21st century. I know that there's some crossover in terms of membership on the Public Advocate Subcommittee and the Billboard Subcommittee. And some of the approaches that we've discussed on the Billboard Committee, I think, span across all the different zoning issues that we have, and some of those approaches would be more appropriate. In regards to the Technical Review Committee, outside of zoning regulations, this is kind of the first series of defense, so to say, when it comes to applications. We can set regulations in regards to what the requirements are for applicants to provide, that they have to have in order for a certificate of completion prior to them being able to be seen before the board. So this gets into one of the items that Council President has put forth today on the ordinance items. I apologize, I ran up here and I'm out of breath, but one of the items pertained into clarifying the use that the TRC is able to hire expert professionals to review an application as they seem fit. Now, we had that modified slightly 2 years ago. I think the revisions that are included in the ordinance for potential introduction today kind of ties up some of the loose ends to give the TRC that flexibility. With that, I do want to mention there are 2 current positions that need to be filled. One from the Environmental Commission, they need to have a member, an active member from that commission be a part of the TRC, which this is stipulated in our ordinance. The other that has been mentioned previously is the citizens representative, which is a mayoral appointment, which would help in regards to making sure that residents are informed on decisions. Now, my understanding in regards to the TRC is that it is allowable through the municipal land use law, but the makeup of that commission or that committee is established through township ordinance. So if we find that it is not moving things in a more appropriate direction, then we are at the ability to modify the TRC code if we deemed it necessary. A couple of other items that I would like to see play out first before, if we were to ever move into that direction. The zoning board previously only had a budget of $30,000 appropriated to it in 2022. Last year, this council increased that budget amount to $60,000. The overall increase was approximately 97%, 30,450 to 60,000 approximately. Extrapolating that out, we are now providing the resources necessary to at least one of the boards for them to have the additional resources where if they feel that they need additional expert testimony on an application, they now have a resource to do so. In regards to the planning board, I know that the finances were tweaked around a little bit so that more of the discretion goes on their end, but in my opinion, if you have an issue with a planning board application, that's a zoning issue, and that's at the governing body's behest. So if you have an issue with something that's going before the planning board, we need to look at what zoning code changes we may need to make in order for it to be more enforceable. I'm not going to go into specifics on this item just because there is legal strategy with this, but I have talked about this with members of the administration, members of the subcommittee, and others. But there are legal remedies in regards that this council has. I'm just going to leave it at that, but there are alternatives that can be explored. I know that I talked at length at the meeting about that, but I hope you understand. Because it is kind of legal strategy, I'm hesitant to elaborate on those items. Those were the main things. I think that if we get those foundation items solid, that the boards will be better equipped to defend our zoning. And in doing so, we'll be able to promote the type of environment that the residents desire, as well as if there's ever an appeal to a board's decision, be able to better defend it in the appellate courts. I hope that's a good enough summary of the conversation, and I apologize if I missed anything from that.
Council President?
Just one second, he still has the floor.
I'm done in regards to the public advocate.
Do you want to report on any other committees?
Can I pull it up first?
Go ahead. Do you mind if I recommend?
By all means.
Councilman Brescher?
Yeah, I just had a question about the public advocate. We all couldn't be at the meeting because then we would have a quorum. So I stepped aside for that meeting. I'm just wondering, we put money in the budget for the planning or for the zoning board, right, for them to call expert witnesses. Over the course of the last year, how many times or how much money does anybody know have we spent on bringing expert witnesses? That's number one question. And the other one was, we're supposed to have somebody from the environmental committee, and I've heard this from residents too, and they told me that we're not in compliance. And I just heard my colleague mention it. Whose job is to make sure that this is in compliance and we have someone from this board?
It would be under the environmental commission. So when I was a member from 2017 to 2019, I was our representative on the environmental commission to the TRC board. So it's on their, at their bequest.
So our environmental commission just has not appointed someone to the board?
Not to my understanding. It would be in similar fashion to how we have a representative from the council on the planning board. It would be that type of equivalent.
Okay, and who can send them like a memo or something asking them to?
I think we have a liaison.
Requesting someone.
Yeah, we have a liaison. Who was the liaison last year?
Yes, but I mean, just going to say, I mean, I'd like to put it in writing is where I'm going. If we could
I mean, we can write, I think you can write.
Just an email.
Yeah, I guess we can write an email or a letter through the council if we need to. But I think a simple suggestion should do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilman Pointer, are you ready?
Can I just bookend about the public advocate? I think what we agreed upon was that we were willing to try going through the TRC first for a year, and if we were not happy with the outcome of that, then we could go back to the referendum, or the referendum on the ballot. Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my notes aren't pulling up, so I'm going to try to go from memory. I got a couple of committee reports. First, on the Smart City Advisory Committee, we met approximately 2 weeks ago. We were talking about goals and objectives for this year. The committee has reached out, I believe, to the administration in regards to trying to set up a couple of, and I can follow up after if this hasn't been relayed to you. They've requested meetings with a couple of the directors that had approached them after the presentation in September of last year, just to talk about where the committee can assist them in terms of reviewing technological advances within the township. We talked about, we ended up having the conversation with the Smartscape gentleman from Rutgers, so we're forwarding information from him to the committee so that they can act. And in general, we were just looking at how to best assist the municipality in terms of reviewing any technological increases or implementations. The DEER committee met a couple weeks ago. We talked about really what the main options are within the township, which there are 4. You can either go sterilization, you can go tranquilizing and relocation, you can go sharpshooting, or you can go hunting. Absolutely not in favor of sharpshooting, absolutely nothing pertaining to guns. We discussed the pros and cons to the other 3 options, whether from logistics, finances. We did meet with the state representatives from the DEP in December, which I had mentioned at the last meeting. And we talked about if there were a deer management program, what locations may be feasible. There's a lot of layers that go with this in terms of buffer zones, state requirements for licensing, and general setup items. I know I had promised members of the council my findings and such. I did not get a chance to put them in one cohesive document, so I apologize on that delay. I will try to have that for the next meeting. And I know we discussed, or did you go over you were going to speak on the billboard committee. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Pointer?
A question about the technology. Does that also incorporate the technology in the town? And I'll tell you where I'm wondering. We just had this whole snow thing, right, where they showed a picture of where the trucks are, right? We've been doing that for, I don't know, 8 or 10 years or something now. But New York City has something where as the truck goes down the screen is white, the street is white. After the truck goes down, it becomes black. The second time the truck goes down, it goes yellow. Do we have that capability? I mean, New York City's been doing it since 1996.
I thought you were going to go the Ireland route where they actually name all the snowplow trucks, but I digress on that. I'm not familiar with the program that's currently set up. In theory, what you're talking about is what would be of interest to the Smart City Advisory Committee in the sense of if we have that data that tracks the vehicles already, how do we best analyze that? A, to your point, whether it's been done once and had a second time and using color coordination with that. You can use the geo-tracking and the timestamps that are received to see if the routes that are being designated are the most efficient that are available. Now that will take some time to gather because we only have so many months of winter, so many snowstorms and such.
But it could be for also we got a street sweeper and stuff.
Let him finish.
Oh, sure.
In theory, yes, that type of implementation could be, or that type of activity could be implemented. My hope is that the Smart City Advisory Committee, in discussions with the directors of each respective departments or departments that are interested in having this communication, to, during the discussions, have that come up and then make that type of recommendation, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it would come from the directors, you're saying, not from the council members telling you that looking at the dots on the thing mean nothing to me, but seeing that you came down Grove already and you'll be turning up New Dover means something to me.
I would believe, based on my interactions with all the members, that that would be an item that would be picked up during the conversation and eventually asked as that comes about. An example with the water department, when we had a conversation with them, one of the items that was mentioned was CMMS software, which was on the last council meeting agenda. That was something that came about from the conversations, and we ended up seeing how, ended up being before us.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, sir.
Council President, just want to make one remark on the smart city.
Okay.
The public advocate ordinance, and I will have the topic of discussion there, but in terms of the what I heard the conversation about the snowplow going up and down, the GPS tracking system exists for a long time in this town. The reason it was not exposed yet, for a very obvious reason, and I'll give the example. If there is a truck breakdown, it helps administration to reach out and inform at least the supervisor and that neighborhood that there will be delays. We don't have, I don't think, or I don't believe we have that many snow plows that can go at the same time on every single street. So the scheduling and the treatment to different neighborhoods will be highlighted right on the map. Just to give an example, this time the snow plowing started south end, and there was very little activity towards north end, and the people will get uneasy with that. So I would say that we need to be cognizant of not discriminating any resident during this process. It's a good idea, but technology can be used and it can be misused. And I have that topic of discussion during my discussion item. So certain things we wish that really helps the resident, but sometimes that could be a liability to the township. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. As for me, I just wanted to commend the DPW for doing a wonderful job. I got a bunch of emails from residents saying that their streets were golden and they were able to walk on them safely. And one of the residents did remind me to remind the residents that it is the responsibility of the house owners to clean the sidewalks within 12 hours as per our ordinance. And I would encourage the code enforcement to go out there and ticket people that don't, because it makes it difficult for people to walk and traverse. For the Billboard Committee, as Councilman Pointer said, we started that last year to update our code to the 21st century, to give our boards a better teeth when it comes to any billboard applications. Councilman Pointer presented a really wonderful document with all the changes, and we reviewed it. There were some changes that we had questions for the legal to see if we can implement them. Legal is reviewing it now, and we're hoping to have it for the next meeting. We're hoping to move fast on it, and we should have an updated billboard ordinance, hopefully within the end of next meeting. We'll have the introduction done. Moving on. Any points of lights? Starting from my left, Councilman Shmuel.
I don't have any.
Councilman Pointer.
Thank you, sir. Just want to wish everyone happy Valentine's Day from yesterday, happy Ash Wednesday. If this was already mentioned, I apologize. And obviously recognize as Black History Month and all of the advancements that the African American Black culture has brought forth, not only to Edison Township, but the entire country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Councilman Patel.
None at this time, but I would request the way we did for the Hindu Heritage Month, I would say we should also recognize giving the proclamation for the Black Heritage Month. Thank you.
Councilman Patel, Council Vice President.
Yes, I also want to echo previous remarks about Happy Black History Month and a meaningful one. I also want to announce that the Middlesex Jazz Festival is coming back again. The Edison, we're going to actually be kicking it off on September 25th. It goes from September 25th to September 29th. The towns involved are Edison, Metuchen, Carteret, New Brunswick, Perth Amboy, and Woodbridge. And so we've gotten a grant for $26,800, which will be divided up between the towns. There's currently $10,200 on hand, which is really quite good. So this year, it will be three, this will be at Papiani Park. There will be three bands. One will probably be one of the student bands and two other bands. The requirement is that the leader has to be a New Jersey resident. We'll be looking for sponsorship. We'll be looking for, we're going to see if we can partner with the Cultural Arts Commission to help raise some funds. There's a deadline of May 1st for the performers for them to submit bios and pictures. I believe we have one or two of the Cultural Arts Commission members who are going to join the next jazz meeting on March 5th at 4 p.m. So I just wanted to announce that we're gearing up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Coyle.
Council President, I just wanted to highlight the mayor's speech of the State of the Township, and I want to thank our colleagues in council here at administration. The entire theme was "We got it done," and for those who've been in this audience for the last 10 years, some 15, some 20 years in this audience, you can't say that this mayor and administration has not gotten things done. From athletic fields, turf fields, baseball fields, from 27 parks being improved to this entire building. I mean, look at this council chambers right here. Salute to the DPW and all the different rooms they've renovated, moving furniture around. In the 24 months of this administration and council, you can't argue that things have not gotten done. I mean, so many things from A to Z in this town have gotten done. It's just the beginning of a 4-year term of this mayor. I was truly proud to sit and listen to the speech, and undeniable, we got it done. And it's not just the mayor, it's not just the administration, but it's this council supporting each opportunity here, whether it's engineering, reviewed plans, and projects. It's what we do here. The results impact the residents. And I think this town is happy with this mayor and what's been done. I think people who are paying their taxes are finally seeing things getting done. It's been decades that we didn't touch a park, didn't touch a building, didn't maintain a building, didn't maintain our systems. I mean, proof is there. It's getting done, and I just want to mention that and thank our colleagues here for passing the budgets that we've passed and promoting police officers and fire, and also hiring more women in the fire department for the first time, and also giving promotions to female in the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Brescher.
I'd like to wish everybody, I guess we got Black History Month, like we've heard. We also have President's Day. And it would be nice to see if the administration in some way, shape, form, or possibility, since the township doesn't celebrate, I believe, President's Day, we celebrate Lincoln's birthday and George Washington's birthday. Is there a way that we could eliminate one of those days in place of like a Juneteenth? I know it's contractual, but I'm just saying if it could be proposed, maybe. But happy President's Day also.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. As for me, I would echo my councilman. Happy Ash Wednesday, happy Valentine's Day, and happy Black History Month, everybody. I do have to make a couple of announcements. There will be a second annual Lunar New Year's Parade and celebration on Saturday, 17th, from 1 to 4 p.m. at Lake Papiani Park. Town Hall will also be closed on Monday, January 19th for President's Day. And I would also like to commend the mayor's speech at State of the Township. I believe we have gotten a lot done, and we have a lot more to do, and I hope we can also get that done. Moving on.
Council President, just can we check our sound system because there is a lot of echo when you were talking? I think there is a sound problem.
Council President, I did bring it to his attention because Councilman Patil was echoing a lot.
Yeah.
And I think he's still working on equalizing that, but I didn't know it reflected someone else.
Yes.
You were the first I heard an issue with.
Yes.
Okay. Just do it. Moving on to the agenda. From the Business Administration A and B, any questions or comments? Okay. Moving on.
Council President.
Councilman Patil.
Yeah, just on B, I think I need to stay a little further here. The broadband service grant, I know this is a grant we'll be getting from the state of New Jersey, but just it's a relevant topic there. I just read the news that the Comcast has applied to the utility commission to allow them to operate in Edison, so they can lay down the fiber optics cables. So we might have to rethink about our strategy when the another competitor is coming, and if it is approved, we might get the third one, and I don't know where our study will go, but I will be happy to support this as long as we are really doing our due diligence in terms of looking at this project from the long-term standpoint of view. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. As for me, I think it's great that we're getting $2 million. It shows that the state believes in this project, and I agree, the due diligence is required, and hopefully it'll come back that this is, we need to move forward and give some competition to the monopoly that we have. Moving on to number 8, from the Department of Finance, A, B, or C. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Number 9, from the Departments of Health, A, B.
Council President.
Councilman Pointer.
Just a quick comment on item B for the lead grant. It's nice to see that the amount that we're receiving is approximately, I think it was 11% more than what we had received last year. For many that may not be aware, lead pipes are now a requirement to be replaced pretty much throughout the state. Lead in general is of concern given the old infrastructure that is around not only the state but the country. So I'm happy to see that we are still receiving these funds and that we can utilize it for improved health throughout the township. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. And I would also like to recognize Dr. Patel for pursuing these grants. It's important that we can get any money for free. Councilman Patel.
Yeah, Council President, question on both the grants, how they will be used and where they will be used. It's good to get the money, but especially for the second one, will this be used by our water department, or this will be used somewhere else?
This is mainly used for the health department regarding education and programming.
Okay, so this will be only for the education and programming for the township employees?
For residents. So what you're speaking to in terms of the water and sewer, that's completely separate. That's infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll be interested to see what programs we do it for residents, because in the last 20 years of my stay in township, I have not attended any program, so I'll be happy to receive the communication on what program is rolled out to the residents.
Oh, thank you. From Department of Law, A, B, C, D. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patel.
On A, in fact, this is coming back to the agenda. I believe, we had good discussion in terms of the valuation of the property. And I think there is an email, it's a good email from Joanne. She mentioned the 3-acre lot was sold for $690,000, and based on that, she has proposed this valuation. I'm stunned and surprised. The 3-acre lot in Edison, especially North Edison, may be sold for $690, but what is its market value and what that equates? I don't think any lot in North Edison, whether it's a buildable lot, it's less than $400,000 to $500,000. So to me, the valuation is incorrect. I did probably propose it should go upward $125 per lot, so $250,000. Contrary, I get an email saying we might negotiate down to $95,000 per lot, which will be $180,000. This ordinance, the way it is written, it is a clear indication that this lot is sold, even though it says it forbid. It is only allowed to a person or to an entity who is going to benefit. Very clear. And we said about this during the last council meeting. I think a few months ago it came in. So I'm completely against this for the fact that the valuation is not correct, and it should be open to the public, not to a very specific person, because this ordinance, even though I know attorney is going to say, hey, we are allowing the left-hand neighbor, the right-hand neighbor, and the back neighbor, this lot will be of no interest of any of those entities because they won't be able to subdivide, even they add this and build another house. So this is again a targeted sale. I said that even last time. Again, if someone wants to debate, I'm happy to debate on this topic. But when we go out and buy some property from someone, we give probably 3 to 4 times money to buy that. Glendale is an example. But when we sell our property, we undersell it. Who gets the hit at the end of the day? The taxpayer. It is unreasonable and unfair to sell any township property without doing the due diligence, without even looking at the higher price, so that we can use that money somewhere else. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Patel, Councilman Coyle.
Yeah, Council President, I know exactly how Councilman Patil feels, and in fact, I felt the same way. But later I found out that this is not a single lot we're selling to the neighboring person. It's a sandwich lot. We own the two sides, which is really odd that the township of Edison owns two 25 by 100s, and in the middle, this owner owns the middle piece. So if we were to go to bid on this, he's the strongest person to bid on it. I don't believe, it's just my opinion, that any public bidder would come to buy two single lots that are landlocked by the person in the middle. Now, Councilman Brescher said he's going to be the buyer of these lots to me personally. That's what he said, but God bless him. But it's just, if we were to go to bid, we're going to get less. So the fact that this administration was able to negotiate a deal that the owner of the center lot can buy the two sides for that, for $50,000 less than what we think the market is, which we agreed $125 each. We're selling that for $100 each. I think it's fair to put an end to it and just move forward. If this council wants to go to bid and start at zero, I think this guy's going to love us, and he's going to get them for $45,000 each. Because when it comes to public bid, there's nobody has an interest in buying this property but the neighboring lots, and he holds the leverage of holding the card in the middle. He owns a lot in the middle. So I just want you to, if you see it on paper, it's available by the clerk. We can show it to you today before Wednesday's vote. But this is the truth of it, Council President. So if we go to public bid because we think we can bid it up, we can't bid it up because it's not a single lot that someone can just buy and develop without getting the person in the middle. The person in the middle is the one who's doing the bid. He has the privilege because he owns the lot in the middle. He has that upper hand. I just want to make us aware of that because I'm more than open to see it proved differently. And he will get both lots for a lot cheaper because he can bid from zero. We're starting the bid at $100,000 with him. So I think there was a good administrative negotiation there. So I don't know what council thinks, but it's just my opinion. And if Rich wants to be the one that wants to sour it and buy the two lots, God bless him. I'd love to see him sit on them for 2 years. You know, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher.
Yes. I mean, people here in the public don't know, but when I was younger in my 20s, I was actually a developer. So I'll tell you, yes, I do know about buying homes. Any lot on the north side of Edison is worth $500,000 at a minimum, and that's for the property, for a buildable lot. 2 homes adjacent to me were just purchased for $500,000 and I think $550,000, and then they tore them down. So to tear them down cost them at least $30,000. So that's telling you that the actual value of a piece of property on the north side of Edison is north of $500,000. These lots in particular, if you were to divide up these lots into quarters, the guy in the center owns 2 quarters. That makes the other 2 quarters worth $125,000. To give it to someone at a discount, I think is wrong. I think it's a disservice to the public. And yes, I told Councilman Coyle I'd be glad to put in bids for this. Because to me, I honestly believe that I could buy both lots for the $100,000, and then I could work out a deal with him where he buys them from me for whatever, 110 or 120 a lot. And you know what? I'll put that 20 grand in my own pocket then. But as a councilman, in good conscience, I can't move forward and give somebody a discount when, as my council colleague was trying to point out, that he has the upper hand. This man or this woman has absolutely no hand. They're sitting on a 50 by 100 lot. They can't build on that. He's not sitting on anything. He's actually at our mercy. So in essence, a good negotiator would have negotiated north of $125,000 a lot, not $100,000 a lot. So whoever negotiated or came up with that pricing, I disagree with. I don't believe that they are good at negotiations, and I just can't agree with this. Now, can I go to my other items? Or,
If you don't mind, let's just finish this one and then.
well, I don't know, I'm asking.
I have no other comments, Council President. I'm good.
Okay. And I just want to quickly open it up to our legal, because there's been an accusation that this is not done correctly. So legal, if you can.
Sure. The reason why it's an auction to contiguous bidders is statutory, and that's in the ordinance itself. When you have a lot that does not conform with the zoning requirements for the zone, you can't exactly go to public bid in order to sell it. It's got to be put up for those contiguous owners under the statute in order to actually benefit those neighbors who are there. So, and even at 100,000, it's not necessarily that center owner, because any of the neighbors can do that, can do exactly what Councilman Brescher said. They can bid on it. That 100,000 is the minimum bid price. Although I wasn't involved in that negotiation, I don't have any dog in that fight. But that's why the bidding is set by statute.
And I will answer on that as well.
Just
but
one
you
second,
let me
Councilman
finish.
Patel. And I would want to open up to Sonia as to how was this assessed?
So I just want to make it clear, there was no negotiation done for the sale of the lots. There was a document that was sent to all of the council with the comps, and this price was essentially evaluated by our tax assessor, providing all of those land sales. So, and I believe that was provided to the council back in mid-January. So if there are any questions to that, I can certainly refer to it and pull it up.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Councilman Patel, if you had any comments?
Yeah, thank you. When we talk about the comps, in any realtor or any builder, you can ask how these comps work. They will specifically look at only those property that are either undervalued or they are overvalued, depends on which side of the house you want to calculate the comp. So what I heard, this is a bad negotiation. Coming back to the comment my council colleague made, Councilman Coyle, the bidding doesn't start at 0. The township has an ability to start with 100, which I'm okay with that. But here it is not the case. The value is predetermined, even though unofficially we are saying nobody knows, we didn't speak to anyone. The fact is different. The property owner has reached out to the town asking to buy those properties, and this sale is geared towards that. That's number one. Number two is, had it been a Carteret, a smart mayor would buy that undersized lot, put that lot combined together, and then sell it to the public and make more money than undersizing. So again, there is a smart way of doing, and there is other way of doing, saying just give it up because somebody's asking. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Brescher, if you had any other questions?
Yes, on C, I'm wondering if we could make an adjustment to this ordinance. This ordinance talks about that there'll be electronic documents that will be available to the township.
No, it'll be mainly for the public.
What's that?
It's going to be for the public. We get it electronically so we can publish
Okay,
it.
but
online.
hear me out. This is where I'm going. That's not what the document says. It says we'll get electronic documents for the township. What I'm asking for in the change, and to me it's a minor change, I know the attorney's not going to hear that, but a minor change, is to put something that references the public. You know, so for the township and the public. It would be just adding it in a line or two.
There already, but legal will represent it. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so there is, and I'm not sure if it's this one or a different one, so just give me 1 second.
I just seen it reference the township quite a
So
few times.
during when the agenda is posted, any applications that has any plans, which will get digitally, will be published with the agenda. So the public will have the digital copy, but I'll let legal explain.
I'm just looking to have it, so it's in writing.
Preliminary site plans, final site plan, preliminary site plan, hearings. So the portion of the ordinance that amends section 39-12.4 is a portion of general applicability for the hearings that are, that take place on the applications. And that's where we've added the maps documents sought for approval, Maps documents for which approval is sought at a hearing shall also be made available for public inspection online at the same time as the public posting of the agenda for the meeting. So that any of those electronic documents, the purpose is that the township will easily be able to make those available for public inspection, the same way that they do now with the paper documents, but instead of having to come into the engineering department to look at them physically, they'll be available for public inspection. That's the public section. It's part of the ordinance that is generally applicable to all those sections under the hearing.
Okay, no,
codes.
I'll take a look at that. And that's right, that was my main
Yeah,
concern. with
I
that
know
one.
exactly what you're looking for, and that was part of the goal, was to make them available for the public.
Okay, then I have a,
Go ahead. Continue.
okay. I see that we're revising our cannabis ordinance. And I'd like to ask the mayor a question publicly. I know the mayor wanted to get rid of all of the massage parlors in Edison. And right, for quality of life, that's not a bad thing. But do we then open up a bunch of cannabis stores, which to me, massage parlor, cannabis store, all kind of the same type of thing. And I don't know where the need is, because we have an area that we designated. The mayor was part of that committee that we spent extensive time reviewing. So my question to the mayor or a council member, whoever proposed this change, that thought that opening up cannabis stores all the way down Woodbridge Avenue or on Route 1 or Talmadge Road, the busiest road that we have in the town and the little offsets, ever thought that this would be a good idea. So I'm not really understanding this, especially since the mayor sat with myself, and I believe it was Councilman Patil at the time, to come up with areas. And some of these areas were brought up. The problem that we had was they were close to residents, they were close to schools, they were going to affect traffic. So because of that, that's why we came up with just the one area. So I'm just wondering where this thinking came from and whose idea and what kind of thought they put behind it. Do you think we can get someone to come to our meeting, Council President, and explain this to us?
I will leave that to the mayor.
I would certainly make comment.
Okay.
I was going to ask, though, is it more appropriate to make comment now or during the introduction? Because I do have a question, but I also have a general comment on
I would wait till the introduction.
Okay, so I'll provide my comments at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
on C, will this be integrated with SDL portal?
This is essentially any of the agendas will be posted where the agendas are posted. The plans, they'll be posted with the same place as the agenda.
No, I understand, but that will this be on the SDL portal if I have to look at any application? Because there will be lot and block, there will be property that is tied down to this particular proposal. Like, for example, somebody comes in, submit the electronic plan. The resident should have an ability to search through SDL portal and pull the entire application along with the plan, etc. So that will be right use to go with that.
Would that be something done through ordinance, or would that be something that done through administration?
Just so I understand, Councilman Patil was looking into putting in the application tied into the address in the SDL portal. I can certainly look into it. It hasn't been done. Usually what's in the portal, it's what's been already applied and processed, but I can certainly inquire in terms of an application that went before. I understand your point regarding record keeping.
Right. Thank you. And on the last one, cannabis, I'll hold my comments for the introduction because I was part of the subcommittee. In fact, we had several Zoom calls with the residents to understand their concerns. And the way we come up with that zone was for the reason and the number of licenses. But I will hold my comments when we come to the introduction. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. And in terms of my comments for A, I believe these are underlot plots, and as per our ordinance, it states that we have to have the contiguous properties bid on them. And as the Sonia pointed out, this was assessed through tax, and I don't believe there's any misplay here. And as for C, I think this is very important. It's important to be transparent and open with the public, and this also ties into the website. In order to make the website more usable, we need more content and more data, and if we don't have that, there's no point of having a prettier website. So this is a good step in that right direction. Hopefully with the updated digital plans, we can, I think, tie into STL. That will be even better. So then down the road, for anything future, any questions, a resident can go into the STL portal or the website and figure out, what exactly the plans were, what was approved, and if the applicant is misusing it, then the resident would know. Moving on to number 11.
Council President?
Councilman
Sorry,
Pointer?
I tried to catch your attention before. One clarifying question on the cannabis ordinance. We have certain buffer zones already established in our ordinance. So even if these roadways were to become permissible, those buffers would still have to be followed. I guess that's a question to legal.
Sonia, the buffer zones for the cannabis?
Are you asking me in terms of the location? So,
Yeah, what are the buffer zones and what would have to be followed?
so the $1,000-foot restriction would not apply to the following areas that are listed. So that's the National Road, Talmadge, Carter Road, US Route 1, and Woodbridge Avenue, and the limits are attached here. So that would not apply.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to number 11 from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A, B, C, D, E. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Moving on to number 12 from the Department of Water and Sewer. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
In regards to these contracts, I'm happy to see that we are at the stage where we can start to perform the inspections for both the force and gravity mains. As we all know, this is part of the ACO. What they will be providing it's not just the analysis of it, but as they go through the actual inspections, they'll actually have to clean out some of the mains as they go through, so there's an ancillary benefit with that. I think that it's important to know that as these robots and scopes go through, they're going to essentially take sonar imaging of the pipes, which is going to give us 360 viewing angles of the pipes to see where there's deterioration, where there's buildup, and give us those analytics that we need to make the improvements that we desperately need for this system. So I'm happy to see that this is moving forward, or hopefully moving forward with the support of this council. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer, and I agree. And as this is required by the ACO, I think it's important that we pass it. Moving on, number 13 from Chief of Fire, ABC. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Moving to number 14 from the Chief of Police, number 8. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Moving on from the council member to the planning board, Councilman Pointer.
I know I said I was going to be brief this year, but reorganization meetings never tend to be brief. The planning board met on Monday, January 29th at 7 p.m., and the following items were discussed. First order of business was the board's reorganization and approval of professionals and secretary. Leonard Sandelsky was renominated as the chair of the board. J.P. Singh was nominated as the vice chair. Ron Cucciaro as the board's attorney. Bignell Planning Consultants as the board's planning consultant. Delaware Raritan Engineering as the board's engineer. And Cassandra Augustine as the board's secretary. Master plan. The master plan, if I believe it's BFJ, is able to have their revision ready for next week's meeting, they are going to present the revisions to the planning board. I was told that they are going to highlight what the changes are from the first draft versus this. So the intention, to my understanding, is they will present at the next planning board meeting, which is next Wednesday, the 21st, 7 p.m. here in council chambers. It is possible it may end up being in March if they are not ready. What Chairman Sandelsky mentioned was that he will allow for comment on the adjustments made to the draft only. And then if all the comments are heard, any final revisions are made, hopefully we'll be able to have something before the board for consideration at March's meeting. Several resolutions were approved. P5242, a Samir, extension of time for 90 days. P5222, South Fifth, extension of time, 3 one-year extensions. P17-2023, PSNG, preliminary and final site plan approval. P14-2023, Ankit Patel, minor subdivision approval. P18-2023, Federal Business Center, minor subdivision approval. P07-2023, TNS Future Investments, minor subdivision approval. P15-2023, AK Realty 2, preliminary and final site plan approval. P11-2023, Yashwaj 5 Realty LLC for preliminary site plan approval. Several cases were carried to the February 21st meeting next week. P08-2023, 779 New Durham Road. P19-2023, A&D Holdings LLC, 1039 Amboy Avenue. And P16-2023, Deer Realty LLC, 75 Midvale Road. There were 3 applications that were heard before the board. First was P05-2023, Richard Pye. This is an existing regular 8,900 square foot lot containing an existing single-family dwelling located on the south side of Lincoln Highway. Applicant proposed to clear the site and construct a new 2-story office building on the front portion of the lot containing 2,240 square feet of office space with rear parking lot. Application was pretty straightforward in replacing an existing non-conforming single-family building with a conforming use that matched the size and development on neighboring properties to the right of it. The property on the left is one that was placed for consideration as an area in need of redevelopment. The board unanimously voted to approve, subject to some minor conditions of approval, which dealt with the size of the driveway, safety precautions for vehicles exiting, and front facade looks. P16-2022, the Rock Development. This matter was carried without new notice to the February meeting, which I should have mentioned before because a stenographer was not present for the application hearing. P22-2022, Just Nation. This application has been open for several hearings, being the 3rd continuation of the matter. Property owner proposes to use the site for pallet storage, assembly and repair, installing a 12,800 square foot open air building as part of the renovation. Current operations existing without site plan approval, and there are environmental concerns regarding the property. At this hearing, opposition testimony was finalized by an interested party who hired professionals on their behalf. The opposition's professionals completed their testimony, and the applicant's attorney cross-examined those witnesses. The hearing was adjourned with the understanding that the applicant's attorney would be bringing several individuals back to address items at the hearing, which was set down for, which is being held to March 18th of 2023. No new renotice is required. That would end my report, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. That's very well done. Moving on to number 16, the unfinished business. Ordinance for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Ordinance 2205-2024. Ordinance amends a no stopping or standing zone on a section of Brower Avenue. Any comments from the council? Okay, seeing none. Ordinance 2206-2024. Ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration by creating subsection 2-114, Cultural Art Commission. Any comments from the council?
Yes, I do.
Council Vice President.
I am so pleased, first of all, that just about the entire Cultural Arts currently committee going to commission is here to celebrate and honor this particular ordinance. We are so looking forward to all the things we can accomplish. That's where we can get grants, raise money, and all of that. So I'm really, really happy on behalf of the commission, that would soon to be commission. And that's, I think, the last time I'll be saying that. I'm really, really pleased about this on everybody's behalf. So I look forward to the adoption of this ordinance.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Patil.
Yeah, this is wonderful news that, finally, Council Vice President, your hard work did pave a way to create this commission. I have witnessed earlier the creation of the Environment Commission, and I understand the struggle, the starting of the especially the funding aspect. So I think the commission has to really push hard to administration to get at least some initial $15,000-$20,000 to get this commission started so that we can put this in budget. And I'm pretty sure this council colleague will support you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to just echo what Council Vice President Harris and Councilman Patil just mentioned. Edison is so diverse culturally, it's insane. So it only makes sense for us to have this as a commission, which I know former Councilwoman Freeman had also advocated for previously. This is just going to help in the education front of what cultural arts is, because not everyone fully understands the broad breadth of what falls under it. Is a great way to make sure that we engage with the citizenry of the township. Obviously, the transition to a commission from the financial aspect certainly helps, and I know that the members of the never will guarantee, but the presumed commission will run with this full speed ahead and will be of great public benefit to the township. So thank you for advocating for this, and I look forward to supporting this at the time of the vote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President.
Councilman Coyle?
Council President, I'm truly proud to support this ordinance. And for those who have been on this commission for some time, moving at a pace that you only wish could move faster, this is certainly going to put you in the speed zone to get things done. But you are moving towards a legacy opportunity that you'll leave behind for your children and grandchildren. When we look back at what this council's done, and as you know, we are getting things done, this is something you'll be proud of. I mean, to hold concerts, different performing arts, the cultural things that can happen there. I mean, Edison is so much culture happening here. I mean, as a council member, I can't begin to thank how much I've learned about heritage here in Edison. I mean, it's feel like we get a PhD in heritage from going to all these different events and learning what's going on here. So this is going to be a great opportunity. I'm looking forward to it. And you can hang your hat on this and know that you got this done. And again, part of working with this council, working with this mayor, and not disrupting government is seeing the great things get done. And this is certainly one of them. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. As for myself, I just want to say thank you, Council Vice President, for pushing for this. I think it's important for the size of town that we have a commission that pushes arts, and the financial funding that we will receive through it, I'm hoping will lead us to a performing arts center. I think that will be something that the Vice President will be really happy with, and I will be as well. So congratulations to the committee for becoming a commission, and I hope you all continue success. Your success is our success. Thank you. All right, moving on to Ordinance 2207, 2024, bond ordinance providing for the township-wide water meter replacement project for the sewer utility in and by Township of Edison in the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, appropriating $8,850,000, therefore, and authorizing issuance $8,850,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance the cost thereof. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
Got a little statement. It should be evident if you followed the happenings of council last year that I'm in favor of this ordinance. With that, I'd like to read an excerpt provided to me by the Smart City Advisory Committee as to the benefits of the smart meter program and why the municipality should implement it, which again, I wholeheartedly agree. First, it provides for streamlined operations. Remote access eliminates need for multiple visits, reducing overall costs and reporting errors. Second, remote monitoring and control. Smart meters allow remote monitoring and control of water flow, pressure, and quality in the distribution network. This enables proactive maintenance, quick response to emergencies, and optimal operation of the water infrastructure. Third, demand management. Data gathered assists in implementing demand management strategies for an on-peak and off-peak water usage. Improved billing accuracy. By automatically recording water consumption data, smart meters eliminate the need for manual meter readings and reduce billing errors. This ensures residents are billed accurately based on their actual water usage, leading to fewer disputes and better customer service. Real-time monitoring. With real-time data and accurate information, patterns and trends can be identified. Deviations from these can indicate leaks, abnormal usage, and promotes water conservation efforts. Real-time alert messages or notifications can also be set up. Leak detection and prevention. Early detection of leaks help prevent water wastage, reduce water bills for residents and the municipality, and minimize damage to the infrastructure. And finally, conservation incentives. The township can implement incentive programs based on water conservation efforts. Again, I think that this is vital infrastructure improvement for the water department. It will help provide better services for those that are under the Edison water utility. I look forward to supporting this once again, and I hope to have that the rest of council agrees and supports as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. I agree wholeheartedly. Moving on to the discussion items. I will start with Councilman Brusher. You have the floor.
Sonia, I know you gave me some updates via email, but I'd like to just ask them publicly. We talked about the psych triangle down on Inman at the end, and you told me that was taken care of, right? We cut back the trees or the bushes or whatever was there.
So those are currently being worked on. We're actually we've reached out to the homeowner. They've essentially verbally agreed to do that. We just need to have them sign a hold harmless. So we're hoping then the next week that it'll get done. But legally, we do need a hold harmless if we go on anyone's property, that we're not liable for any issues because the fact that we're the ones cutting down the bushes.
Okay. So once we get the hold harmless, then we can take care of that.
Yes, sir.
Comcast, have you spoken to Fred DeAndre?
We have had quite a few meetings with Comcast. The latest report, as I believe the council president or someone here reported earlier, that they have now gone through the BPU process. There will be a public meeting. It will get posted on the website. I did tell our staff to make sure that there is a landing page actually reflective of any broadband or project related to. So that will be put up on the website once we do have a date so that everyone is informed.
And when they have that meeting, will they be able to tell us whether they're upgrading the infrastructure and it's their infrastructure, or what they're going to offer, what they're going to do here in Edison Township?
I believe my understanding is that they'll cover what the outlay may look like. First is the commercial portion of it over at Raritan. So the level of detail, I don't have that information for you right now.
Okay, if we can just get that and then get updated. The senior busing, it looks like if a senior has an issue in the town, they can schedule a pickup to take them to any doctor in Edison or even shopping. And I don't know that the seniors all know that. So I don't know if we can get that out to them in a way, besides the senior center.
There's certainly, if they reach out or any of you know a senior
Right.
That's unable to do it, certainly reach out to me and I'll make sure that they get on the list. But we do provide, there's several layers, obviously the medical, the shopping, it's the dial-a-ride.
Dial-a-ride, okay. All right, thank you. And you told me that we did test the dirt that was moved from the one site to the other. Could I get a report from DPW on that dirt, what it was made up of and what they found in it, just to see that it was actually done?
Sure.
And we're not moving something from one to the other. Animal shelter, my colleague gave, we had a meeting. It looks like we're headed in the right direction, so that's a positive thing. The fire inspections and reports. I'm looking for reports and for our main building here, for our animal shelter, for any of the buildings that we own. And this goes back to the senior center, when we found out that we didn't have a working fire alarm system or sprinkler system. And I know that we actually have these reports. Now, I do know that we had deficiencies in this building. I do know that this body has approved fixing those deficiencies. So I'd like to see the latest reports on all of our buildings that we have, just so I can get up to date as to where we are and whether we're, on top of it or we have an unsafe condition.
Those reports were sent. I
okay.
can certainly resend them. I know with emails, things just kind of get caught up below and up. So I'll recirculate it this evening to you.
Yes, it might be in that loop because they keep on adding to it. Yes, you're correct. And then we have a tree ordinance that our council, we spoke about having the same price that we gave to a developer, right? No council member actually even really had an objection to it. Can I get that document for our next meeting for introduction?
That was the intention. We have done most of the research on whether or not there are issues with that. It doesn't look like there are issues with having different pricing, so long as at the end of the day, it is not a revenue generator under either pricing scheme. So it does look like that can possibly be done. I am looking into a couple of the other issues as well that were raised.
Listen,
with respect to it.
I'll tell you
so
what.
my hope was to have it for the February 28th.
Right, if I can't have it, I'm going to propose so that every developer also gets the same deal.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I'm big on everybody should get the same thing. Doesn't matter who you are, who you know, what it is, right? Everybody should pay the same thing. Like when I get a ticket, and I got a ticket here in Edison, just so everybody knows, and I did have to go to court, and I did have to pay it. I believe the law applies to everybody equally. So, yes, if we can get that for the next meeting, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, that was the intention.
Thank you. That would be it, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Council Vice President?
Yes. First of all, I just want to make a statement about how I have liked the way council discussion has gone. I like the submitting of our questions and concerns in advance, because that way we've been getting answers. We're getting a lot less from our business administrator of have to get back to you on that. And it's been very clarifying. And so I like the direction this has taken. So I just wanted to say that. So going to my questions, I'm wondering about now that Governor Murphy has expanded the liquor license, the law that is boosting more liquor licenses. I'd like to know what kind of impact we anticipate for Edison and the various establishments that would be getting liquor licenses.
So that criteria is currently being reviewed by our legal and administration. We do know that at least Menlo is on track. We can confirm that, but we'll have more details.
Okay. Could you, when you get those, could you send those along?
Sure.
That's right. Thank you. Boards and committees. So it has come to my attention that the committee for seniors has been dormant, and I'm wondering what's happened. It seems that with all the issues that have come up with regarding seniors, that this is a committee that needs to be revived and that needs to be active. And so do we know whatever happened and what can be done to get that going again?
Well, Council Vice President, I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, with the now third senior citizen facility coming on board, we will start bringing in folks to reestablish that advisory committee. I know in the past, in the administration, it was not, so we're going to be working on that.
All right, that's good to know. Council committee assignments, here we are in mid-February, and there's really nothing, no document has come out yet with regard to the committee assignments. So I will ask you, Council President, where that's at.
You will have it tomorrow.
Okay, all right. It's not fast enough. Okay, I don't need to ask about the status of Comcast because the Councilman Brescher addressed that. I don't really need to address the email addresses for Cultural Arts Commission members because those are in the process of being worked on. The other potholes, it was pointed out to me that there are potholes really in very bad shape, Leslie and Lexington and Leslie and Highland, and I don't know if DPW has any information about them.
I can answer.
Okay.
Yes, they were taken care of.
Oh, okay, wow. All right, so there is an item that came to my attention. There's an item that came to my attention after the deadline for the council discussion items, and it does have a time-sensitive issue with it, and so I'm wondering if I can motion to, this is about the boat docks, and I've gotten some information about this, but just for the sake of transparency, I want to put this out there anyway. So I'd like to make a motion to put this.
Council Vice President pointed out to me that this is an urgent matter. The boat docks will become active on March 1st, and she wanted to discuss this. I asked her that if she can motion it, and the council can vote on it, yes or no, and then we'll go off of that. So Council
Okay,
Vice
so
President.
I'd like to make a motion to add this particular item to my discussion item.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion from Council Vice President and a second from Councilman Pointer. May I have a roll call? Councilman Brusher? There's a motion to add a discussion item for the boat docks by Council Vice President.
Councilmember Brusher?
You know, I'll be honest with you, if this is Council President's prerogative, I mean, I know our laws say it is, but the law, like I said, was an illegal law.
Is a yes or no, sir? Thank you.
Councilmember Coyle?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Patil?
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schmel?
Yes.
Council President Patil?
Yes.
All right, I can proceed? Okay. All right, so it was brought to my attention that with the boats being launched on March 1st, which is really 2 weeks away, there has been a real problem with illegal dumping in the river, that mulch that's actually going all the way to Coney Island. Concrete also being poured into the river, silt and debris that is under the docks. This, according to this particular resident who does not want to be identified, he had made calls, and the residents who have been trying to maintain the docks and the boardwalk area around there, calls were made to the administration 2 years ago, and they have not been responded to. They've been pushed aside. And he said that he says he walks his dog by there every day. The plastic on the docks is cracked. Boards have been rotting out. One of the gazebos, one of the two gazebos, has been destroyed. This flotation device called a boom that the residents had paid for, they actually paid about $500 for it, which helps to move the debris away, was removed, I guess, by the township. And so I got some answers today when I spoke to the business administrator, but just for the sake of transparency, can we get just to let everybody know, can we let everyone know what is going on with this situation?
Sonia, you recognize?
Sure. So the boat dock, I'll just uncover many of the layers of what's currently happening or has been happening since Hurricane Ida. What we did about a year ago was do temporary measures. And the reason for those temporary measures, and we have to call it that, is because there are FEMA funds tied to it. So we cannot, through FEMA regulations, make any substantial infrastructure changes. A year ago, our residents who use the boat dock quite frequently urged us to make some sort of temporary measure because the season was coming on. The previous year was not open, so we did order those. Sorry, I can't even say the intelligent word rather than those. Not the boom, but rather the docks themselves. I'm sorry, I'm just getting there's some feedback. So with that, those are currently intact. With regard to the boom, that has to be replaced through the engineers. They have to go out and do some special measurements. You brought up the nails. We did go there. We did hammer them. However, we looked at it, the more appropriate measure would be to put screws in there so that with the high and low tide, that there would not be any loosening. The gazebo itself, that entire area is going to go through a change. Obviously, if whoever attended the dedication last year, we were looking to do a lot more at the boat base and the boat dock. So there's a whole renovation venture through our DPW and administration to make sure that that gets revamped, including the walkway there. So we do go there every Wednesday. It is on our schedule, but obviously, you know, with the high, low tide, all of that debris just kind of washes up. We've done what we could. We've put in some rocks there, pretty large rocks. I believe there are thousands of tons that, quite frankly, were put there last year. Again, we can't do a whole lot either. Aside from FEMA, there's DEP regulations. So with that, we need to be mindful of every little step or change that we do. We have monthly FEMA calls, and we're trying to at least get some sort of reimbursements. So there's quite a bit layered into the boat dock and how it's been going. But certainly if there's any issue related to safety, I'd bring it to my attention. I want to make sure that our staff goes out there immediately.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council colleagues, for allowing this to be walked on. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Pondo, is it okay if I go to Councilman Pointer first?
I just want to make the comment on the boat dock because this was added just now. And what I heard, the interaction question answer, I want to just make the one comment, if you allow me.
If you don't mind, can we do it at your discussion?
Okay, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. The first item that I have is in regards to Airbnb and potential complaint procedures. I appreciate the administration for getting back to me because there was some items that were unclear. I was advised that Airbnbs were not permissible in the township, and then I was advised that we don't have anything that prohibits that function within the township. So, Sonia, could you, sorry, just because I'm forgetting, you had mentioned if anyone has a complaint for any location that may be experiencing issues with this to contact, was it zoning, health, or both?
Both.
Both, okay. Would there be a preference as to which one to contact first or just both unilaterally?
I would do both unilaterally because they can essentially go out and see if there are any specific violations related to their, could be housing or it could be an issue of what's permissible in that.
Understood. My request to residents around the township is that if you are experiencing similar issues, this was an item that was brought up by one resident, but if this is something that's being experienced throughout the township, I would appreciate being made aware of so that we can try to ensure that we address it, whether it needs to be through code adjustment, procedures within the administration, or others. So if you are experiencing similar issues with this potential use, please reach out to me. It's jpoyner, P-O-Y-N-E-R, at edisonnj.gov. Farmers market revitalization. Several years ago, we had a farmers market at the J Dynasty parking lot, which many neighbors of the Clark Martin area I know were very favorable for. Unfortunately, I want to say about 4 years ago, it was unable to continue. I was contacted, and I believe the administration was also contacted about a group that was interested in spearheading administrative functions to help revitalize the farmers market. So my question to the administration is there any update on that?
Councilman, I've actually been working with the health department to try to revitalize the farmers market. Having run farmers market myself, there may be a challenge in terms of trying to get folks involved, vendors that is. So certainly we're trying to make an effort to get a farmers market typically have the main farmer, if you will, so it would be an attraction essentially, location obviously. So we're looking for an opportunity to potentially put it out to the community to see if where the need may be or is favorable.
Appreciate that. Municipal broadband, the business plan. I was, at the time of the submittal, was not aware of what was going to be on the agenda, so I had already submitted this. But is there an update on the business plan that was submitted last year?
It should be finalized by next week.
Thank you. Finally, I appreciate being forwarded the Recreation Department 2024 schedule. What I would request is just to make sure that on the township calendar that they are all listed there, and can ideally do that now to cover the entire year. I'd also like to make sure that they are inclusive on Capture Point, just because for people that may not be aware, the Recreation Department for scheduling recreation activities uses a program called Capture Point. So you can sign up there and get notifications of upcoming events or items that you can register for. So my request to the administration, if this program, if it lines up with what this program does, to include those items in Capture Point as well. Thank you. Those are my questions for the administration. I have a couple of comments and follow-ups. A couple weeks ago, I had mentioned about the Adopt an Area program, or potential program. I spoke with the administration regarding how the program could be implemented, and it seemed to have positive feedback. Primarily, in my thoughts, under the Clean Communities umbrella, program specifics would be finalized by the administration, and there are two different items that I need to, or I'm looking to get from residents in terms of feedback to see if this program is actually feasible. First is location of local streets that need consistent cleanups. I want to clarify, this does not mean the roundabouts that you see on Route 1 or Route 27, because those are under the NJDOT jurisdiction and the Adopt a Highway program. And second, if there are individuals or groups that would be interested in adopting certain locations. I'm a bit biased in this because with my involvement previously at Beautiful Edison, I had the people that I was around were always interested in these cleanups. So I have a perception that we want a lot of activity in regards to litter abatement. But I want to make sure that I am aware of what the entire township has or is desiring. So again, if there are streets that are of concern or individuals that would be interested in participating in a program, please reach out to me again, jpointer@edisonnj.gov. We will also be hopefully working with the Environmental Commission to put up information at the Earth Day event in April to help try to promote this event. And as the year goes through, I'll make sure to continue to update. Thank you. The other items that I had in regards to council guidelines and procedures, I know I'm kind of piggybacking off what Council Vice President had said. In regards to the discussion items, I like this format. I think it does help in the organization and getting information to the administration, but also administration addressing items to us. I was going to mention about the procedure for motioning to introduce an item, but it seems that we have that solidified, so no issues here. I do want to ask a clarifying question, which I think is also answered, that if we wanted to add on to another council member's comment to do so at our discussion items. And I ask this in the sense of, for example purposes, it was mentioned about the site triangle. It was mentioned on the specific location, but I know that we were revising our ordinance on it, so I might have wanted to ask if there's a follow-up on the ordinance revision. Again, just example purposes. I know that we get items from residents last second, and we might have time sensitivity items with that. I don't know if we can work something out where we have like a specific line item that just says resident requests, list off what the question is, and just leave it at that, understanding that the administration will get back to us and we're not expecting an answer right now. Just a thought. In regards to debate and decorum, one of the tricky things, just for everyone's understanding, obviously is protection of First Amendment rights. While First Amendment goes in the broad respect in respecting everyone's right to speech, it is my understanding that council meetings are under the guidelines of time, place, and manner rules and regulations. This is slightly different than, say, us out on a public square where free flow of ideas can go about. We have time, place, and manner established in our ordinance, which allows for this forum to take place. And in considering that, there are different, not necessarily rules, but different procedures that can be followed. So in regards to like debates, we can offer to limit debate in Robert's rules from a motion to limit debate. Now, anyone that followed last year knows that I'm in favor of just allowing free flow of thought and going. But if we're going from a procedural standpoint, that is an item for consideration. The other item that we may consider are just ordinance adjustments to how council meetings are operated. As an example, we have regular work session established, or regular meetings established in our code, and we have work session meetings established in our code. But we don't have specific items pertaining to combined meetings. We may be able to set that as a guideline where maybe we want to have discussion items from the council at the end of combined meetings because we would want to A, go through the agenda, B, allow for residents to speak, which I apologize in advance, I'm speaking a long time right now, and adjust it to be able to have a better flow for the meeting. So those are my comments and thoughts in regards. But I do think that the council president is doing a good job in regards to trying to run a fair meeting, a concise, and just a well-run meeting. And a couple other items, ordinances. Last year I had introduced for a truck depot update to the definition. I'm hoping that we can possibly bring that back up in the near future. And as the planning board member, or as the council representative to the planning board, my focus this year is to take items that I constantly see at the planning board that are used for conditions of approval, and let's just codify them. We don't need to always rely on the professionals to make sure that certain items are included when they're asked for every single application. I'll give a couple of examples. Irrigation systems. We don't need irrigation systems for certain developments to have it as a condition of approval. We want to make sure that the trees remain alive for 2 years. They should have an irrigation system. Another suggestion would be sewer and water scopes. Certain applications have where, as part of the application, they have to scope out the sanitation and the water lines to their properties. Right now, our code states that they have to give that information to the engineering department. I would suggest that we have that be for the engineering department and the water and sewer department, because if we're already going to be looking to update our system and have this information on a constant basis, why not have it shared across multiple departments? One other item, and I won't go into too much detail, but accessory units on access easements. I'm just going to put that out as a little teaser because it's a little convoluted and going into the weeds. But again, going forward, those are a couple suggestions just from this past meeting. As the year goes through, I will try to reinforce those, and hopefully we can codify some of those changes. The final item that I would like to discuss in regards to artificial intelligence and municipality utilization. The term artificial intelligence, commonly referred to as AI, is defined as the theory and development of computer system able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, and translation between languages. There's a lot of buzz around this term, given the advancements made in recent years and the rate of growth in that industry that industry is currently seeing in terms. At the State of the Township, Mayor Joshi demonstrated an example of the municipality's implementation by highlighting the program Violytics currently in use. This service analyzes photos taken at periodic intervals to detect, analyze, and document defects in streets and surrounding landscapes. This information then is used to produce reports on current conditions and allows for better querying capabilities. For fun, and for transparency purposes, I decided to ask Gemini, this is Google's AI system, for examples of how artificial intelligence can be useful and some concerns for municipal governments. In terms of the benefits, here's what my prompt produced and examples of what the township has done over the past 2 years. First, improved efficiency and automation. It was mentioned about the snowplows. That right there is a good example of using information received from sensors to analyze and approve the services that the township provides. Data-driven decision-making. Use of Violytics for future road paving schedules. We will literally have a detailed, unbiased rating system of which we can rate our roads and attack those which are of most need of repair. Predictive maintenance. The implementation of smart hydrants, CMMS software, and smart meters, hopefully in the water department. Enhanced citizen engagement and personalized services. Hopefully with the updated website, and we will have items such as chatbots and other GPTs that can assist residents with inquiries and research. And finally, improved public safety. As was also highlighted at the State of the Township, there's been an implementation of cameras throughout the township to help the fight against crime. While my voting history and advocacy for the Smart City Advisory Committee may indicate my support for implementation, I also believe we need to be at the forefront of addressing concerns as well. In similar fashion, I asked Gemini what some drawbacks for municipal governance may be. This is what was provided. Job displacement, bias and discrimination, privacy concerns, lack of transparency and explainability, security vulnerabilities, and over-reliance on technology. One item in particular I believe our township has the ability to be at the forefront is establishing municipal guidelines regarding artificial intelligence, particularly by municipal employees in their duties. It is also important to make sure when using AI to check answers as not all are always accurate. I've utilized summarizing GPTs before and can assure you some of these results are not accurate. For example, I visited a site called summarize.tech, which analyzes YouTube videos and produces summaries. I reviewed output from our last council meeting, and I can assure you there were some items that were summarized that I did not say. On a side note, we've been receiving emails about migration over to Microsoft 365, and I'm excited the township is at the point to make this transition over. I believe artificial intelligence has the ability to transform governments for the better, but we have to be strategic in how it's implemented and what safeguards are in place where needed. I applaud Mayor Joshi's efforts in his recent implementations and look forward to working with him and the administration in addressing the items I just mentioned. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
And the TRC items I mentioned during the public advocate, so yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Council President, you want to finish yours and then I can go on. It's up to you.
No, I'll wait after you. Councilman Patel?
Thank you, Council President. And I heard both the sides, my left side, right side, and I have some comments to make on that. And then I will.
Council President, point of order. They have to fix his.
Yeah. Let's give
it's
you a handheld because it sounds really echoey.
It's not good at all.
It's easier.
Thank you. Hello? Okay. Thank you, Council President. I heard on my left-hand side, right-hand side, and I will have the, thank you, Council colleagues, for providing some input, some insights. And thank you, Councilman Coyle, who used the word, we got it done. And I'm not going to go on the state of town, but especially the dock situation that you brought up. We saw the picture, we got it done. They were beautiful.
Councilman Patel, can we stick to the discussion
Yes.
items, please?
No, that's what, because she brought in dock-in, that was an emergency. My question is on that. We saw the picture, we got it done, whereas what I'm hearing is in despair. We need to maintain that. We need to probably go there. It was a patchwork, not the full work. So I want to get understanding that what is the fact here? Is that really got it done, or we are still working on it?
The boat dock, again, is tied to FEMA recovery funding. It's not part of the capital, which you're referencing.
So it is not yet done. So we still have to work on it.
Those are your words. I just responded back that it's FEMA recovery money.
Okay, so I'll take it, it's not done yet. Okay, let me go back and I'll come back on Councilman Pointers because I have the line items there. The first one, Baltic Avenue, and the reason this list is growing for the fact that if there is a definitive answer, then I will take this off the list. Otherwise, this list will continue to grow. If answer is yes, I'll take it out. If the answer is you will get the definitive answer by this date, I will take this out until that council meeting. Otherwise, it will continue to be on this one. So my first one is Baltic Avenue. Is this on the 2024 road paving list?
That was previously answered, and it is.
Okay, thank you. Fisher Road, is this on the paving list? Yes, no?
Again, the 2024 capital budget has not yet been adopted, obviously because the budget hasn't been introduced. But Fisher Road, as you mentioned, we'll have it on the list for consideration.
Okay, so when we are talking about 2024 budget is not yet given to the council, we know for the fact that in 2023, this council has passed millions of dollars for the road pavement program, which was not used because no road was paved in 2023. So can this fall under that category?
There were roads paved in 2023 as part of the 2022 list, and that was submitted to the council. That was received by all.
I'm talking about 2023 budget. Yes, 2022 budget, which was passed, you paved the road in 2023, but the budget that was passed in 2023, that was not utilized. So that's where I'm asking the question, because if you are talking about 2024 budget, it will go in 2025 list. So my question is this on 2024 paving list, not part of that budget? If you're saying it's under consideration, we have the DPW director, if you want to come to the podium and tell me the situation of that.
Your question, if I understand it, is it part of the 2024
List.
list?
Yes.
As I had mentioned before, since you brought this up, we've taken it into consideration. As I had mentioned also before, the 2023 list is being finalized. Obviously, we can't do anything because of the weather. So with the new AI technology, we tied in both lists.
Okay, well, I'll come back on that AI topic, but again, this is consideration, so it will be done in 2025 possibly?
I can't confirm that, what will happen in the future, but certainly we can add it.
Okay.
We can be as aggressive as possible.
Okay, so this will stay there because I have given the pictures. I have the message from DPW director that this road must be paved because this cannot be patched because it is beyond the disrepair. So this has to be done ASAP. But if you're saying that it is under consideration, I will keep this on the list until I get the clear thing. Let me move on to the speed limit sign on Oak Tree Road, and let me clarify on this one. This issue I'm bringing up past probably 3-4 months. Last council meeting, I gave even an option, give me the traffic unit person, I will drive with that person, and I will show them where the problem exists. Since last council meeting, no one contacted me, so that's the reason I'm asking the question, saying who is going to look at it and when the action will be taken.
Councilman, I actually have our deputy chief here who can cover, I don't know if you just want to cover this one in particular, but I know you had a list here, so he can certainly provide color to that.
Yeah, I will.
Councilman, so Oak Tree Road, obviously you know that's a county road.
Yep.
So what exactly is your question in regards to the speed limits on Oak Tree Road?
There is no signs.
There's no
Hardly any
signage. Okay. We can certainly reach out to Middlesex County because again, it is a county road and request them to look at the placement of signage. That is not an Edison Township issue. That is a county problem.
Okay, Chief, you are saying that, you'll reach out to Middlesex County after the fact of 3 months of my continue to ask. I will need the list of the traffic tickets that are issued on Oak Tree Road for the traffic violation while the speed limit sign is missing. So it is unfair to the resident that if you are giving them a violation about the speed when there is no sign there.
There's not a single speed limit sign on Oak Tree Road.
One I saw is closer to Grove and that one, but as soon as you turn right from Wood Avenue, left from Wood Avenue, they're speeding because they don't know what the speed is. And you are issuing the traffic ticket right there, so it is unfair to residents who are coming out of that road, right?
Okay, what I'll do tomorrow is I will make a point of going up to Oak Tree Road myself and taking a look for speed limit signs. I will have somebody with our traffic unit, and then we'll make a call to the Middlesex County.
Thank you, and I'll be happy to join you. I can follow your car, and probably we can look at that. And I offered that last council meeting.
That shouldn't be necessary, Councilman, but thank you.
Yeah. The next one is I will cover with the Maplewood Avenue, Amby Avenue intersection issue. This is on the Amby Avenue. I know administration did give the response saying there is a stop sign there, but the bus stop is across the road. It's on the other side of Amby Avenue. So kids has to walk. There is no crossing. Hardly anything is visible there.
So the concern with Maplewood and Amboy is the fact that, well, there is a stop sign there because I drove through there earlier this evening just to verify that. It is in place. The crosswalk, you're looking about a crosswalk, is that correct?
I'm looking at the striping, the stop sign, because that's pretty much not visible.
Okay.
So you have to stripe
So you're
that
talking about a stop line
and
a crosswalk.
Correct.
But a crosswalk only on Maplewood, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because you cannot put a crosswalk across Amboy at that location.
Understood, yes.
Okay. Again, it is February. I can certainly contact DPW just to try to get, maybe an ETA and when those can be restriped. But obviously, due to the time of year, that would be a little difficult currently.
Okay, if you can give me the timeline, say maybe 2 months, I can wait. I will bring that up at that point in time. Sounds good?
I'll let you know on that, Councilman.
Perfect. The next one is there is one sign hanging there, 30 miles per hour sign from Adam Street to Edison Avenue. So again, as soon as somebody comes from Metachan going towards Oak Tree Road, as soon as you cross that signal, Adam Street, there is a 35 miles an hour sign on your right-hand side, and immediately in 100 feet, there is 25 miles an hour. I think by the time the driver is cruising, the speed is changing.
Well, as you know, this council had made a change in a small stretch of Grove Avenue to go from 35 to 25 and then ultimately back to 35. I can tell you that our traffic unit is conducting a survey of Grove Avenue. They'll be coming back with a report with recommendations about, as request of this council, to look at either a larger stretch of Grove Avenue or even possibly the entire stretch of Grove Avenue on whether it can change to a 25 or not.
Understood. I'm not questioning about that because that was one of the asks to look at the entire Grove Avenue. But there's one sign there that is in question, and that is what I keep insisting, why that sign is even there, because we changed the speed right in 100 feet from there.
Well, I'm assuming that sign was probably pre-existing prior to the 25 change after that, but I'll have it looked at.
Okay. Because if you remove that, it will solve the whole problem, and then we can continue the study there.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think that's pretty much is for.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. And I expect, some kind of a communication on the 35 miles sign in a week or something. Yes, sir. Thank you. Next one is the solar power flashing light request. I know that, there is a pilot. I think some lights are purchased. Do we know when they're going to come? I am looking for the list of the locations that are flagged for this pilot. Or the
Okay, we did provide you with the information that some were purchased, and we're looking to purchase more once the capital improvement budget is adopted. I can certainly tell you that we're going to look at schools first. That'll be the first priority.
Perfect. But the one that we purchased, can I get the location? Because the first one, the priority that we put in was for the Calvert and Grove. You confirmed that, thank you for that. But how many solar lights, these flashing lights we purchase, and what are the additional locations we are planning to install those? That's the list I'm asking. For the first phase, the one we already purchased.
We'll send you a detailed.
Thank you. Can I expect that by next council meeting? The list? So that I will not send that again as a part of this list. Thank you. The next item is the list of properties demolished by the township at the township cost and the current status of the property. I know that you responded saying it is paid for by, we recovered the cost or there was no loss to the township, but I never got a list of the demolished properties.
There was one in particular on Route 27. That's
I can
the
tell you,
one that was demolished.
to my knowledge, outside of 27, there are 2 more or 3 more. I can tell you that. 2 properties, they were demolished 3 properties demolished right on Oak Tree Road, next to, in front of the mall, and the 1 property that was demolished on the corner of the Harding and Oak Tree Road. So if you're saying 27, that's not the right thing. Probably we need to look at the deeper list. There are many more properties that we demolished. In fact, on one of the properties, there was oil tank on the ground. The reason I'm asking is I want to know that even the soil contamination or any of that thing was done, or just the oil tank was missing there. So can I expect the list by next council meeting as well?
Let me just refer to Hank McNell, our
Sure.
Director of Planning and Engineering.
Thank you.
We'll get that list to you.
Thank you. Do we have the list of condemned properties? I think to my recollection, in the last 2 years, at least we did 2. Out of that one, we bought 1, and I have a separate discussion item on that. Any other properties we condemn?
Not other than the one that you mentioned.
Okay. Can you please take a look at all the resolution from 2022 through today? Because I'm pretty sure we condemn more than 1 there. And again, if you can please send that list by next council Wednesday meeting. HOA reimbursement. Have we, every year, the township, and this will be my budget discussion, but I'm bringing this ahead of a time, we do reimburse the HOA for the common, to maintain the common elements of the property, like the street lights, recycling, trash removal. So there is a nominal amount that we pay. And at least, few HOAs have reached out to me saying they have not received the reimbursement check, which typically used to get there every year. But somehow last 2 years, some of them did not receive.
That is not correct information. We have gotten HOA reimbursements. Are you looking for specific years?
So why
or
don't
in the last time it was done?
Yeah, why don't you do one thing? Can you give me the list of the HOAs, how much it was reimbursed, so that I will know which one is missing? Because I have the example, but I don't want that HOA to get penalized for one or the other reason, because I'm bringing this up to the council's attention.
Okay, if for transparency purposes, if you could provide me with information separately, if you don't want to disclose that tonight, I can certainly assist you with that.
Understood, but I would say that it will be much easy to get the list of HOAs, how much we paid in 2022, how much we paid in 2023, so that will tell me if anything is missing. That's more straightforward answer than me giving you the information on who is asking for. And it's not difficult to pull that list because we already reimburse. If we reimburse, we should be able to get that list. Next one. This is sensitive, and we have discussed this issue multiple times, and your answer was none. The copy of mayor's executive decision on maintaining and water and sewer for the high-density area like HOAs. Hana Road is the classic example. And back then, there is a written email or the communication from your office saying, mayor has taken an executive decision not to serve those properties. And we are all on camera discussing about that. So do we have that decision just made by a mayor but not documented? Because the reason I'm asking is because we need to change our ordinance accordingly and we need to comply with our ordinance. So we don't govern, this township should not govern by somebody's will, whether it's a mayor or it is a council president or anyone. It should be by as per the ordinances, and we have not modified that ordinance.
Councilman Patil, the correct answer, as I'd repeatedly said last time, was that there is no executive order, rather a policy regarding any work done to a private residence, whether it's an HOA or just a single-family home, that we do not go in there to do major infrastructure repairs.
Okay, let me change the word. If it is not the executive order, then it's a policy decision. Can that policy be transferred to the ordinance? Because we are not governing by our ordinance, which is a law.
If the council wishes to amend the ordinance, certainly we can work with the council and the attorney to make that adjustment.
Can I get the copy of the policy document?
I think certain items, they can email it to you, Councilman
Yeah, I'm
Patel.
saying, can I get the copy of, I need an email of the copy of the policy. It's a simple question here. Policy cannot be just in vague saying, hey, I'm a mayor, I choose to adopt this policy and it is not documented. It cannot happen that. It needs to be
That's not,
documented.
I think that those are the words that I think you're choosing to use rather than the fact that if there's a policy, it's been my experience, it is a known policy that we do not go to private residents to build on infrastructure.
Understood. Can mayor or you document that policy and sign it and send it to me by email will be helpful. So that we put that in black and white. There is a policy. Because we have the policy document in the township. We have the policy document for employees. We have the policy document how we govern. We have the policy how we govern our council meeting. So there has to be a policy which is written, right?
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Perhaps maybe the township attorney can clarify.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain what you're asking the administration to do.
Let me clarify. Councilman Patil is asking whether or not do we go into private property and fix issues that, like, let's say an HOA is having. Recently, there was an issue with an HOA, and the township decided that they will not go into private property to fix up an issue because it would be a legal liability for the township if something were to go wrong. And
Are we talking about issues that the township has created, or are we
no,
just talking?
it was an issue that the HOA was facing that was within their property in terms of, I believe it was water leakage.
Yeah. So this is mayor has taken
But
a
I think,
policy decision. and that's
Councilman
what
Patel, I think we can take this one offline if you don't mind. I think the legal can give us some more enlightenment later if you need.
That is an extremely risky proposition, and it opens the township up to incredible amounts of liability. I don't know that even the township's insurance carrier would be happy about that, never mind any kind of official policy by the township. That's something we're definitely going to have to discuss offline.
Absolutely, I'll be happy to discuss that, but there have been dozens of residents who came here, who spoke, and we gave them an answer. This is a policy that we adopted. So I get you. And that is what I'm saying. If we need to have a email conversation or maybe telephonic conversation, but I still like to get this cleared up so the residents are aware, hey, this is a policy, or maybe change in ordinance. This is the ordinance that this township is going to govern by.
Okay. Councilman Patel, Marlena just pointed out that in our water sewer ordinance 27-2.6, maintenance and cost of portion of service lines, all water service lines between the water main and the curb shall be maintained by the Department of Water and Sewer, Division of Water Supply, at the expense of the property owner. And
That's
this is part
correct.
of the ordinance.
It's up to the curb, right? the curb halls are all the way inside the private properties, and that is where the discussion came in. But again, we went through the ordinance. There is a lot of communication back and forth. Let's take it offline if you want to have the closed door discussion, and I'll be happy to,
Yeah,
hash
I
through
think
that.
we should move this offline. Thank you.
Next one is fire hydrant under Edison water utilities. I know this was brought up, I think, 4 months ago, same Hana Road situation, and we had our water director, who said he doesn't know where the fire hydrants are, so it ended up with Chief Toth.
Yes, that's in the purview of the fire chief, so he's here if you'd like that answered.
Yeah. So what I'm looking is, and Chief Toth knows that I'm looking for the list of all the fire hydrants that are under the purview of Edison water utility, or where the Edison water utilities serve, and are they in compliance? I'm not looking the whole town. I'm just looking for the Edison water utility.
So the Edison water utility, I would have Director Smith or Roger come up or whatever. There's approximately 2,000 hydrants, I believe. Who have a better number?
Councilman, all the hydrants in our service area, except for one, are in operation. It's scheduled to be replaced.
Okay. Two things there. I want to dissect what you said. They are in operation, but they are scheduled to be replaced.
One.
That excludes all the private properties, correct?
Yes.
Right. Have we gone to the private properties and inspected any of those fire hydrants? Though it may not be our responsibility, however, we need to still certify them because still it is a fire hydrant. Our fire crew is still going to go there in case there is a fire or disaster, and if fire hydrant is not operational and we are not enforcing that operation, we are putting our employees at the risk.
We just had a recent incident where a condo complex contacted us, a non-working hydrant. And under the code, I believe it's in the code or the fire code, it's their responsibility. I even helped them. We gave them a couple vendors to come out and fix it. They called me back and they said they weren't able to do it. We were able to send the water company out. I think it was an $850 bill to fix. There was another fire hydrant. It was 249 feet away. If it was under 500 feet, it would be an imminent hazard, and we could go right in there and fix it. But this one was under 500 feet. So does that answer your question?
No, that still doesn't answer my question. If the fire hydrant is in the private property or in public property, the ownership could differ, but who is responsible to certify that fire hydrant that is in operation?
So the private community is every year, whether it be the superintendent of the property for like an HOA or something, they're supposed to be stenciled. They're supposed to flow them and keep a record, so when the fire marshals come in or whatever, they just see it does. Every 5 years, they're supposed to hire like City Fire or somebody that does sprinkler system, and they put a pilot gauge on it to certify, and they take pictures of each one. So that's every 5 years that's supposed to be done, but every year it's done by the superintendent or whatever of the property.
I think maybe we might have to amend our ordinance to make sure that we...
I agree with you on amending the ordinance, yes.
Okay, thank you. At least, that would need a change in ordinance, and we should work on that. Thank you. Next one is, it's a long-standing, probably it's 8 years I'm on the council. I'm bringing this up again. Engineering study, Culver, Stephenville, that project, engineering study was done, everything was worked out. A CME had probably spent a good $3-4 million on this project, and it's still not considered for the capital improvement. We are spending millions and millions of dollars for Westware, but I don't know why there is a reservation of not pushing this project forward.
I apologize. You're referring to the Calvert Stephenville?
That's correct.
Okay. Again, those are with engineering. They're reviewing all of the proposals.
So we have the proposal for the work?
Yes, sir. And that, I believe I reported to you at the last council meeting.
I have not seen anything yet. Again, I get the status, believe me or not, 8 years I'm getting the same status. It's worked on, it's worked on, it works on. I'm waiting to see it is getting done. That's the key there, right? Even last year I had the same answer. Yes, will go in capital project. 2 years down the line, it's still in capital project. So If it is the bids are received, only the answer I'm asking, expecting is, this will be done this year. Yes, no?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Council-
Summer Street.
Council President, just point of order for a second. Councilman Patil, would you
Sure.
allow
What's-
courtesy?
What's the point of order?
Council President, I'm not sure if the public's used to this much discussing items, and I think Councilman Patil has every right to discuss anything he wants to discuss. But for those who are in the audience waiting to speak, I just want are they aware there's 28 more items to talk about? And is there, maybe not today, but is there anywhere we can carry over to the next meeting where there's not a double combined meeting? And this would be Councilman Patil's opportunity to yield for it, but I'm just heartfelt for those who are waiting to speak. We're not even close, we didn't even start our agenda yet. And I'm fine with him speaking, but it's just something new you started, which is wonderful, but we have 28 more items. I estimate this could be a good 35 to 45 more minutes.
Yeah, so.
And I just don't know
Councilman
how-
Patil, it's already been 24 minutes, and I understand that this is,
And I don't want to take it away from you, Councilman Patil. It's your time. But I'm just
Again,
wondering, how do we?
Point of order, Council President, you set the process. Now you need to follow the process.
okay.
Okay. Only the thing here is, if I would have been a council president, in fact, I have advised
20
my
minutes.
council colleague that when there is a public in the audience, move the public portion ahead of a time so they can go home. You didn't do that, so you can't fault for me that I'm holding the residents. They know their process, so I'm just following my process.
That is fine. Continue.
Right. Thank you. And I respect Councilman
No,
Kyle.
it's fine,
But
Councilman
again, this
Patil.
is the
It's
precedence
fine.
we
It's
set.
just, in the history of our tenure together, no one's ever done this. And it's just not fair to the residents waiting to go through all these discussion items.
Councilman Coyle, it's okay.
That's whatever.
Let Councilman
I'm fine.
Patil
No, the
continue
council
discussion.
president set up precedent like
We
this.
got Councilman
it's-
Patil has the floor. Thank you.
Summer Street.
It's okay, it's fine. Continue, I'm sorry.
It's, I would say, good 2 years now on the Summer Street. Do we know there is a flooding problem? The residents had shown the videos. They came to the council chamber. This has been brought up by residents. I pitched in there for multiple times. I was told the engineering study is done or it was in progress. Do we know the definitive status where it stands?
The report's being finalized.
When do we expect the reports?
I'll check back with engineering.
Okay, so this will again come back to the next council meeting, if the report is not done by that time.
The
Grove
report will
Avenue-
come to the council once it needs a resolution. So that will be your point of update.
Okay, till that time it will continue. Grove Avenue flooding remediation plan, again, this I would tie down to the engineering study of JP Stephen, and the reason this needs to be, again, the quality of life, and I want to say a few things here. I wrote those down because when I was listening to my council colleagues, good governance and quality of governance. This is something that cannot be shown to the public, but this impacts the quality of life of a lot of residents, including the students. So this takes more precedence than a good to have things that can be shown to the residents. So the ask is work with the Board of Ed, probably, hopefully. This year we can get this engineering study done so this project can, and if there is any special bonding funding required, this council is there. We have approved probably good $70, $80 million so far in the last 2 years. And I think, a couple of million not going to hurt. Next one, I will skip bicycle path. I will talk to council president on this topic separately. I know you gave the list of 2022 paved list, but I'm looking for 2023.
As I'd mentioned before, it's getting tied in with the AI information, and that'll be sent to everyone shortly.
Okay. Let me cover the AI portion because I work in the data area with advanced data analytics. I'm the much closer person to the AI. What the technology that you are using is the image detection. It is no different than your face recognition. If I'm opening my phone, it's not going to tell me my age. It's not going to tell me how many layers of foundation I have. It will tell me my face. Same thing we are talking about the image detection on the road. If you drive through entire Edison, I don't think you'll find a single street that doesn't have a crack. Single street. So what we are talking about the AI, it's good to have it. We can analyze but not necessarily the human intervention, because prior to this AI, we have used the engineering department to study the roads, look at the sides, we look at the handicap exit entry, we have looked at the sewer lines, we have looked at stormwater side, we have looked at so many things. AI is not something going to give the full solution. I respect admission decision to use AI for that, but to me, if you drive any single road in Edison, you will find a crack on a road. That's not going to tell you the age of the road. That's not going to tell what is underneath of the road. It could be just a coat. That doesn't mean that the condition of road is good. So that's why I'm asking the question here, 2023 list, you use AI, you use anything, but I need to know the list so that I can go back and say, compared to roads, and I will put the factual presentation saying what is given by AI, as my council critic said, not necessarily everything is correct, right? So use of data, sometimes it is good to have it, but sometimes it's misuse, and that's what I'm worried about. And that's what I said.
Thank you for your thoughtful words, and certainly aside from the AI, which is a newer technology we've embarked on, our engineering and DPW certainly have a good handle on all of the roads. So we certainly appreciate their due diligence they've done for each of the lists. So I appreciate your thoughtful words.
Absolutely, and I will challenge on that decision as well. I will be looking for the AI report versus what actual roads conditions are, and then we'll go from there. But again, I'll be looking for 2023 list. You can compile whatever the way you want to use AI, but I need an answer when you think it will be available. 1 month, 2 months, and I will pause until that time.
No, I think within probably the next week, we should have it finalized.
Okay, so by next meeting, I will have it. So that's a good thing. And that ties down to the next item. Street restoration by utility companies. Again, this is a long pending. If you look, half of the town is ripped off. Drive in South Edison, go in Amba Avenue, go in North Edison. Most of the roads are open. They were open and they were closed, and none of these companies followed our road closure ordinance. None of them are complying. And I keep bringing this up again and again and again. So what I'm asking is, can I get the list of the streets? Because we are holding the escrow payment. Did we release that escrow payment, and why did we release if it is released? So if I can get just a list.
Sure, just for process purposes, all of the escrow payments, any reimbursements would essentially go to the council. So you would be able to see that. Obviously, that hasn't been done because the repairs haven't been done. And Reason Bank, I apologize, there's a lot of feedback.
Can we have everyone on the, if you guys can please stay quiet so that we can have a proper discussion here. Thank you.
So if you can if you don't mind, just share me the list, and then probably I can work backward to see who has the escrow, who has not released. I can go back to the council agenda and work on that.
The specific utilities you're referring to, which one are they?
All of them.
Are you looking for the last year? Are you looking for the last 2 years? What is the specific information you're looking for?
As per the discussion item here, street restoration by utility companies for year 2022 and 2023, so last 2 years.
Okay.
And all public companies, they could be Middlesex Water Company, PSEG, anyone who is operating in different parts of the town. The seal, the township, you already responded on that. The next item, I will defer it, settlement of lawsuit, but that will be my attorney discussion. You did point out.
I would refer that to the attorney only because there's privileged information there, so certainly
Yeah, because he's not here, so I will defer both of these line items. North Edison Library expansion status. I know my council vice president is on the library board. Hopefully she will continue there. Thank you for giving me the update that $180,000 architect contract has been awarded. But as far as I know, this was more of, I think, a couple of $1 million we got the state aid or state matching fund. I was hoping by this time, in 2 years, we should have been done with at least putting additional floor on North Edison Library. So I don't know where it is hold up and how much money of the total money that is allocated to this project has been already spent. So that's the answer I'm looking. So Council President, next council meeting, if you can
Yeah, through the council president, the library board meeting was canceled on Tuesday, and so the next one, which is, it's next week, I will not be able to attend, but I will ask that question.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you. Glendale property purchase, I think you gave me some of these answers on that. How much it was paid for it, the question that was not answered, how much came from county, state aid, and how much money we are using for bond, from the bond, or entire $13 million we are going to use from bond.
The purchase of the property was approximately a little over 12 million. So that
I'm
was
just
the
rounding that $13 million.
purchase,
right?
more or less, yes.
So out of $13 million, did we receive anything from county? Because way back when I was involved a few years ago, I was hearing probably $4 million we were anticipating from county, some from state, and some from bond. So my question is, what is the breakdown there? Or did we receive or we did not receive anything?
I can look back for you. I wasn't aware of that specific area of the question. I think your question was related to, did it close? And it did. As far as any funding, I'll have to check to see if there was any funding. I know that there were capital funds that obviously the council approved maybe 2 years ago now.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to know, what is the township portion there? And my next question on the Glendale property is, yes, we celebrated, it's closed, it's good. Thank you for that. We also did the condemnation of this property. So my question is, what stays there? Still it is in that status, or that ordinance goes away? What happens to that resolution or ordinance that we condemn the property? This question to attorney.
Can you repeat the question, Councilman?
On the Glendale, we passed, I don't know, it was a resolution or ordinance on condemning the property before we purchase. So after the purchase, what happens to that resolution or ordinance? We are going towards the redevelopment
I'm sorry.
If I can clarify, that was a resolution in need of redevelopment or condemnation. So obviously, we then purchased the property. And then what I would just defer to the attorney is the next step after the purchase.
Yeah, it would be pursuant to the redevelopment resolution. It would then be part of a redevelopment developers agreement, which I'm not entirely certain whether or not that's been worked out yet. But once it's purchased, the conditions for the redevelopment then have to be codified in that agreement with whoever the developer happens to be, whether it's property owner or developer that we've involved in the redevelopment process.
Well, that I get that, what the redeveloper is going to do it once it's nominated or when it is chosen. But my question is, this council passed, I think, I don't recollect whether it was ordinance or resolution, to condemn and redevelop that property before even purchase, assuming that the seller will not sell the property, so we can condemn and probably force him to sell it. Mm-hmm. So what happens to that resolution or ordinance, whatever this council passed? Does it die down after the purchase? Because now we are condemning our own property.
No, it was actually never done. I believe it was presented, but I just got confirmation from Hank that it was actually not done.
Not done, okay.
The resolution wasn't passed, right?
Resolution has passed, correct.
That's why I'm confused, because it's...
Yes.
Okay, so the resolution wasn't passed, but...
And we bought the property, so...
In a more general sense, if you pass a resolution to condemn a property and then you purchase the property, the resolution still exists. It authorized you to do the thing that you did, but it has no further force and effect at that point because now you're the owner.
Okay, so let me clarify that. So we condemn our own property, that's what we are saying?
No, we did not. That's
we didn't
not the
condemn
answer.
anything.
That's not correct.
Can I offer a point of clarification, which I think will address the...
We sent it to
item?
planning board, I know that, but what happens after that?
Councilman Pointer, you're recognized.
Thank you. Oftentimes, we will approve the resolution for the planning board to conduct the study. Many times, though, that study either stalls or just doesn't go through for whatever reason. So from a historical context, there will be a note, for instance, in one of the applications I just had before, 2009, council approved resolution to perform a study, but that's it. So it kind of just remains in limbo, and Nothing proceeds after that,
Okay, so technically that dies down there, presumably, right?
pretty much.
So the last question on this one is, as I said again, thank you. Kudos to this council, mayor, administration for closing the property. The first hurdle is passed now. The property is owned by Edison Township because all the residents said no warehouse, no trucks, no traffics. Hopefully, this township will not move forward to put 1,000 units there and flood the schools and flood the roads. Because what I heard is redevelop that property. So again, I would reserve my comment until that proposal comes in. But residents of Glendale Avenue, please watch out. This is your neighborhood. If something redevelopment come in, you have to step up again the way you stepped up for the warehouse expansion or the warehouse, building the warehouse. The next one, Talmage, I got it's waiting for the board op-ed. I will reach out to the board members to see, where they are stuck. The master plan status, thank you, Councilman, you gave the update. It's with the planning board. Existing senior center, the questions, I don't know why some of my questions are not here on that particular topic. What was the downtime, brief downtime on this senior center? One on the Woodbridge Avenue.
Okay, so that's what I needed to clarify from you. Which one was it? You're referring to Toth?
Not Toth. The Woodbridge
The one on
Avenue.
Woodbridge Avenue?
Yeah. So during the COVID time, due to sprinkler system, it was shut down. What was the duration? Like, did we close that for a year?
I don't believe we closed it for a year. It was during my first year here, so it was a few months. But is there a specific timeline you're looking for?
Yes, I'm looking for the duration and how much we spend to remediate the situation that existed there.
Are you talking about the renovations that were done, like the bathrooms?
Bathrooms, the sprinklers, there were a bunch of many emergency items that we took care of that.
Okay, and you're looking for a timeline, correct?
Timeline and the cost, correct.
The senior center.
Correct. Okay. The Toth Center, thank you. You gave me the updates on that. The turf field also, you answered the question, but unfortunately we can't separate. There was some $800,000 that we spent due to the unforeseen reason. I get that. New Brunswick Avenue traffic light timing. Sanya, you did give me the traffic study, but that was dated probably 20 years ago. If you look at the timestamp on that, so.
That was the most current one we had. So obviously sometimes for historical purposes, it's helpful or not.
Who can help to really monitor? Because if you go on Talmage Road, believe me or not, the New Brunswick, by the time one truck takes a turn, is red. And the whole Talmage Road is flooded, the whole New Brunswick Avenue is flooded, so we need to act fairly quickly on that particular intersection. So who can help on this?
Again, I would refer to our deputy chief regarding Talmage. This is regarding the light timings. New Brunswick and Talmage.
Yes. So, Councilman, in regards to that intersection, what I can do is I can talk to our traffic, and I really think it's more of an engineering issue. But either traffic or engineering, I'll have one of them look into it for you, okay?
Maybe by next council meeting.
Sure, absolutely.
The reason I'm putting so I don't have to have that big list next time.
I understand.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Water problem, 42 Bartha Avenue. Again, this we discussed last time. I was told there is a high water table. I think somebody really needs to go there and look at the situation. I think the road is higher than the residents' driveway entrance. I don't know how it happened and why water is accumulating unless we do curb-to-curb paving that area.
I believe there are several issues with that property. I can certainly discuss with you offline related to also the private residents and what's happening there.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'll take it offline. Invisible left turn intersection, Kilmer Road and Truman Drive South. Last council meeting, I received an update because this was on the council agenda to approve the traffic light on that intersection. And what the update I received was this was linked to the affordable housing or the low-income housing. If you look at this intersection, coming from the post office going towards Plainfield Road, on the traffic light, right hand side, if you make a right turn, it goes into the parking lot. Left hand side, it goes all the way to the Indian temple. There is no linkage of the affordable or low housing in that particular signal. So I don't know what the reality is there, why we got a grant for that traffic signal and not the one that is before, which is really goes towards our DPW garage and the low housing area. Do we know why this was prioritized compared to any other one? Because we received the grant for this. Because
Correct. So it's part of the low mod area, and that's why it was prioritized.
Low,
Low to moderate income housing.
but that signal is not used by any of low or moderate housing in neighborhood.
It still affects that area, and it's covered on the map.
Okay, so the intersection that matters the most, that also is there. I think it was in the last council meeting discussed, but I will take your word. The striping is missing there. I brought this probably multiple times. Hopefully with this upgrade, it's going to take care of that.
You have brought that up, and what I had mentioned is that it'll be part of the engineering portion of the infrastructure, the road program. This is something that engineering and whatever vendor we use, they'll be responsible for doing this striping there.
Okay. Not only that signal all the way go to the Plainfield and Stelton, the Plainfield Avenue, there's no striping all the way towards going to Edison train station. So that whole intersection needs to be covered. The next one is for DPW, the missing dead end turn at the Noel Avenue. I hope at the end of the winter that will be taken care. That's what
Yes, that's what we responded to your request on the dead end in addition to the next one. So I don't want to move along.
So I will pause this for next maybe a month or two until this is taken care because we are in winter. The next one, the lamppost, I know you gave the update on that, but the public advocate ordinance. This is something I wanted to make the comment. I heard we don't have definitive 5 votes. I don't think we need 5 votes. We need a candid discussion and we need simply 4 votes to pass an ordinance. Let mayor veto. It doesn't matter. At least it will show the intent of this council to the residents that we are committed to go this route. And I heard the comment from my council colleague, hey, probably better way is to, change our zoning laws and all that stuff. We are enabling all those boards to hire the expert. But reality of life, the reason this ordinance is coming on for the discussion is because that never happened. And we all know Edison is way political when the redevelopment comes in. So there will be the case, you will never get the expert to represent the case, and some places you will get. So at the end, it's the resident who is suffering, and this could be a placeholder. It's not probably something that we might have to use. If township can hire the expert to come to the planning and zoning board, I don't think the residents will come here and or our public advocate have to come and fight for the resident. But this is again, the intent of this council. And I have used the word, if there is a will, there is a way. So I hope, my council vice president, with all due respect, let's not look for the 5th vote. Let's put this on our agenda because I heard that you have received a commitment to put this on agenda. So whatever the shape so far we have this ordinance, let's put on agenda, let's discuss, let it get defeated. But let people see that who is there for them to take care and who don't want to support this. Let them give their own comment. Moving to the 3 ordinance, again, we had a good debate in a back room. We gave the break to the redeveloper with the condition that the next council meeting will have the 3 ordinance so that we pass the same tax benefit to the residents. I think we passed the 2 meetings now. So hopefully, this is the 2nd meeting. Hopefully we'll have in the next council meeting if I get the commitment. So I'm looking forward for that 3 ordinance that will give the break to the residents. The next one is HDL portal usage report. Again, it's a good thing. I'm constantly using it to check, what's happening. It's a very good rollout. I'm very happy. If I can get the usage in terms of not just the township, but even the residents, how many of they are using. The reason I'm asking is if we need to do some outreach, hey, there is a tool exists. use it. Just to give an example, if someone wants to buy the property, they can simply go there, search, and see what open permits are there. They don't need to file an OPRA request. We can avoid that within the same HDL portal, right? It's much easy. It's beneficial, right? But we want to make sure that it's used to the extent, because we are spending a lot of money here, and it should be used by the residents so we can do the outreach. That's where I'm asking that report the stats saying how many of our internal users, what their usage, are they really logging in? They are, if not, then we can provide additional training to them so that it is used to the fullest extent. The intent is to make sure it is used.
Sure. As far as internal, we do have 100 licenses that we do use, and everyone is on board now. So those are for the 100 internal users that you're requesting. As far as the external, we did reach out to SDL to see if that is a report that we could remit. I haven't heard from them yet, but we did reach out to SDL because it's a separate report than what we may use to extrapolate information, for example, addresses and permits and things of that nature. So it was a different list that they, I believe, would house in their cloud. So we requested the information. I'm just waiting to hear back.
Perfect. That's a good thing. And also, if you can ask them, there is a feature, OPRA. There is a direct feature to submit an OPRA request straight through HDL portal. Again, we are trying to optimize the technology usage. So we have the license. Let's use it. It doesn't need any license for the resident to submit an OPRA request through the HDL portal.
I can work with our clerk's office. They did. They were the last to train, so we can certainly look into that feature of the website, certainly.
Thank you. The last one. The reason I put this one, the realauction.com, last year the tax sale notice were not sent in time. And I'm saying that out loud very clear. It did not reach to most of the residents in time, and their properties were on tax sale. There was a rush to get and to pay the taxes. They ended up paying the interest rate on this thing. But if there is a realauction.com, they don't need to rely on the tax notices. They can go to the website and they can see if there is properties on the tax sale. It's much easy. And this one is used, I think, by hundreds of municipalities in the state of New Jersey.
The legal counsel saying that's not correct. We have to, if legal counsel.
I have the notice, by the way. I can give you with the post stamp if you are saying it is not right.
This came up, I want to say, in December as well, at one of the meetings that I was in attendance at with respect to the tax notices not going out on time. My understanding is that the tax notices were all sent out well in advance of the tax sale themselves, and all of them were done according to the statutory timelines that the assessor's office and the collector's office are required to abide by. That the individuals may have been somehow caught by surprise by the fact that they owed their property taxes or had been late in their remittances, but that they had been provided with proper notice under the statute. Otherwise, they wouldn't be permitted to go to tax sale.
I fully understand that, but if I give the envelope which has a stamp, and when it received, then the whole thing will fall in a different direction. That's what I'm saying. If it is sent by first-class post, don't anticipate it's reaching 100% in time, because it's a festival season. There are too many things happening during that time. There could be substantial delay. Again, you might follow the statute, but not necessarily the tax notices will go on time for all the residents. So again, the reason I brought this up is we are all pushing towards the automation and use of technology. This is a very simple thing to roll out for the residents, realauction.com. So let the people go there. We can always send a tax notice, but they can go throughout the year to check where they're delinquent. Okay, there are dates for the realauction.com for every single town. There are dates, deadlines to comply. And I can give the example. You go to the smallest town, Dunniland. They use the realauction.com. Right, your Franklin Township. You go Sherville, West Windsor. I can name probably hundreds of those towns. They use the realauction.com, and there is a reason for that. They use it. That's pretty much on my side. Thank you, residents. I'm really apologies from my side. I have to call all the action items so that they get closed, they get the attention. These are all your items that are not my personal items. So again, thank you for listening patiently. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. As for me, I have a lot of emails coming for the train tracks, and there's various information from both sides. So Hank, if you can update me on the train tracks and tell us as to what's going on at the Vineyard track.
Council President, I can certainly provide a report from our engineering department. There was a site visit on the 22nd of January. They were doing some cleaning. That company was hired by the property owner. There have been no changes, and if there are any changes, they would have to go to the planning zoning, and that's my understanding. So, and Mr. Bignell is shaking his head. So this is still relevant and updated information.
Sure.
And just one other comment. The train tracks on the other side of Vineyard Road are, they're abandoned. So there's no train tracks that'll go behind those houses.
Can you use the mic, Hank, so they can capture it on the video?
The train tracks on the other side of Vineyard Road are considered abandoned by the state. And there's a stop, they put up a stop so the train couldn't even go across the road. It would require approval from, I think, the state and from our planning board, because it's not Conrail property or train tracks. It's owned by a private company. So they'd be treated just like another property owner would. Okay, so, and Mr. Brescher, we've been round and around to chase this around. So that's the latest facts on this thing.
Okay, moving on to the Papiani bike path. I was told by Bob Deal that they are moving. They had contact with the rail tracks, and they're working on 2 parking lots, from what I understand. And once they, if you don't mind, Sonia.
Sure. So we're actually doing a title search on both of those properties, and that's where the project is at in terms of the bike path that is of the jurisdiction with JCP&L.
Okay, thank you. There was also a question of the chamber screen, which I was also concerned because it does help make the meetings the planning board meetings easier to follow for the residents. And you updated me that it's going to be about 6 weeks. We have ordered it, and we should have it up.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the website, the bid was submitted, as Sonia answered in the emails, and it should be done by February 28th.
The submittal of the proposals, that is the deadline, the 28th. So once those are submitted, we'll take a look and go through the evaluating process.
All right, thank you. And as for the public safety, I was curious as to see how, all the money that we're spending on police, has it been an impact for the residents' safety? And the chief of police sent out a report to me from 2023 to now. They had about 20, let me find the emails. Do you remember the exact number of home invasions they stopped?
I believe it was 21.
21. So they have stopped about 21 home invasions, and I think that's good for the public. No one wants to have home invasions. So that would be it for me. Approval of minutes for the regular meeting of October 25th, 23. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. We have the motion from Councilman Patel and second from Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. As for the Council President's remark, as I said earlier, this process is ever-changing based on how things go. The goal of this is to make a more efficient meeting that helps the council get the work done that helps the residents. I was hoping that, the council members will be mindful of the time that, the residents and their colleagues have to be here for their discussions. But as today's meeting shows that, we may have to put a time limit on this, as we essentially listened to for about 1 hour for...
I won't accept the time limit from you, Council President. And I'll be honest with you, Council President. Here you go.
Point of order. Point of order, Council
Please,
President.
Council Brescher, you don't have the
Point of
floor.
order.
Point of order.
I do
Point.
understand that,
Councilman Brescher,
President.
if you don't mind.
No, I actually
Councilman
do.
Brescher.
Point of order.
Listen,
All right, can
get
I get a
it, but
motion
what
for
I'm trying to
recess,
tell you
please?
is-
Motion for recess.
May I have a second?
Seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes. You said it. Okay. Thank you. No. You all can stay. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. We'll all be All right, everyone, please have a seat.
Audience already lost half of the council at this.
The meeting is now back in order at 8:51. I would be asking, let me finish my council president's remarks. As I was saying, I will be moving it forward to 10 minutes for council members so they can focus on what is important and what needs to be said. And also, I love the recommendation that Councilman Pointer presented, and I will be taking a deeper look into them. I believe we do need to codify the combined meetings, if it's not on the books already, to have it proper, and maybe move the public comments a little ahead, so we don't have to keep doing this every single time to make a motion and move the public comments forward. I would like to hear from the residents, and I'm sorry for keeping you waiting this long. That was not the intention. But yes. Can I have a motion to move the public comments portion to now?
Motion to move public comments now.
And can I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Council Vice President and a second from
I disagree.
Council Patel. Can I?
All that's doing, Council President, is allowing the other council members to make.
Councilman Coyle, I understand, but you're not recognized.
Point of order.
There's no for throttle.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brescher.
So can I say I don't recognize Nish as council
Yes or no,
president?
please?
Take that as you may.
All right, put that as a no.
Councilmember Coyle.
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Harris.
What is the motion?
To move the public comments to now.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, so the council, and this would be the.
Council President, can I just make a request of the residents?
Uh-huh.
Can I just make a request of the residents? I understand that oftentimes topics of discussion, many people may want to talk about. If similar to like a planning or zoning board meeting, if you agree with someone else and are going to be reiterating the comments to help, I agree with the comments that were previously made. If you want to elaborate any more to add context, it would be appreciated. Obviously, the 6 minutes are yours as you see fit. Just a humble request on my end.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. I agree with Councilman Pointer. I understand many people have passionate feelings on certain topics, but if someone has already spoken to a specific point, if you can just say, hey, I agree with this, and we understand that you're in favor or not in favor of certain things. We will be moving to number 24, oral petition and remarks, so this will be open to any topics that you choose to talk about. Okay, so.
Did you have a section for the public comment and the resolutions and for the?
Can we move up that portion too now? Because it is a combined meeting.
Council President, can I just
Okay,
can I make just a point of order, Council President?
Okay. I think we may need another motion because I want to move up so the question right now is, what we moved up is the oral petition and remarks on resolutions. The public comments on the resolution, but I would like to move up the oral petitions and remark, as that would open it up for everybody to speak about any topic. Because if we limit it to the resolution, the problem is I know many members here are wanting to speak on something that's not on the resolution, and I would rather leave that open. So I would take a second motion to move the number 24, which is the oral petition and remarks, to now. Number 24. Can I get a motion for that?
Council President, can I just make a brief comment on that?
We can just.
I'll keep it to 30 seconds. The reason why we have an order of an agenda is so that the council will respect those waiting and not overspeak their turn. And we also have to go through the agenda. We have a point to do business and finish our business. We finished discussions. We can run right through this now and vote, and people can comment. To have the public comment for an hour and a half to get back in here, it turns it into a mess. And I respect them here, but discussion items have went wild. And for that, we can't finish the order of business. The order of business is most important. And it's going to be counterproductive. People are going to be commenting on order of business, and we didn't vote on order of business yet. And they're going to comment. So it's just, I think it's going to be a challenge to conduct. I'd appreciate we'd rescind your motion and just carry the meeting. We've all made our discussions on everything here. We're going to just vote. It should go very smooth to my recollection of the last meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other council with a comment? Councilman Patel?
The oral petitions and remark covers pretty much everything. It's so open-ended. They can talk about resolution. They can talk about ordinance. It's anything that is not even agenda. So pretty much that should cover every single thing. Because it's open floor for them. So we don't have to methodologically go that we open the floor for every single ordinance and every single...
Thank you, Councilman Patel. So moving forward, I believe I'm going to codify this with the legal to make sure that we have a specific order in mind. I understand that I was not expecting 60 minutes of discussions, so this is in terms of making sure that the residents that have waited this long don't have to wait any longer. That is why I am moving it up this time. But moving forward, I agree with Councilman Coyle that, we should be taking care of council
You're making up for Councilman Patil's long agenda. I'm not going to stay, Council President.
Councilman
I'm
Coyle,
not going to stay.
I understand.
So I'm going to relieve myself.
You can vote no.
And you're not
that
going to have votes.
I understand.
So
you
it
can
makes
vote
no sense that for 30 years,
Councilman Coyle,
we've
please.
never done this.
Councilman Coyle.
You can't change
You're
the
not
agenda.
recognized. Thank you. All right, I will take a motion to move 24, which is the oral petition and remarks, which will open up for any discussion that you would like. And then we will, right after, we will also,
To discuss
yeah.
ordinances,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But they can't make comments on the introductions. Yeah. But that's what will be the oral petition remarks.
And that's why you want to allow them to make public comment.
Yeah. All right, so can I take a motion for moving number 24 to now? And I'll take a second as well.
Motion moved.
I have a motion from Councilman Patel. Any second?
Second.
And a second from Council Vice President. A roll call, please. Councilman Brescher.
Councilmember Brescher,
Yes.
Councilman Coyle.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Patil,
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmuel,
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, so we are going to open up the oral petition remarks. I would first like the chief, the floor to the chief, and Chief Toth. And do we have a list? No. Okay.
I'm sorry for taking people's time, but it was something that I didn't tell the council president before. It's with heavy heart that I inform you today that retired Chief G.R. Campbell passed away today. He was our chief from January 6, 1999 to November 1st, 2006. I've been in contact with the family and they're making arrangements. For those of you who may not have been aware, Chief Campbell was a respected and dedicated leader within our department. His contributions have left a lasting impact on our organization, and his legacy will be remembered by all who had the privilege of working with him. I ask for a moment of silence at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Sorry for doing it.
Thank you, Chief. And I will recognize, you can come on up, sir.
Hi, my name is Tony Mazzaro. I live at 86 Laurel Hollow Court. And in a world full of bad news, that's some of the worst I've heard recently. But I'm here to speak about proposed ordinance 2206-2024. That's a relatively, on its face, a subtle change. But it is a significant change, I hope, changing us from a committee to a commission. I want to, before I go much further, thank the man who was council president at that time when this committee was formed a year ago, Mr. Coyle, and Council Vice President Harris. When I was interviewed for the position on the committee, it was over a video call. And that call skipped a lot of the typical verbal back and forth because it became readily apparent inside of the first 45 or so seconds that we were all thinking about something that was much larger than what was on its face. So I want to thank then Council President Coyle and Council Vice President Harris, because you were there right from the beginning and selected me. I also want to thank the other committee members who serve with me. Many of them are here in the audience. I'd like them to stand up now. Thank you. We've been in business for a year. Most of the 12 months that we've been in business have been devoted to housekeeping details, getting organized, bylaws, meeting days, schedules, times, a place to meet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things that this committee has accomplished so far, you pass by every time you come into this building. The gallery that's downstairs, they did a spectacular job. They did it with a lot of money out of their own pocket, never sought reimbursement. They did it with minimal guidance, and they did it professionally, quickly, and made it look easy. And when you can find someone who can do that, or someones who can do that and make it look easy, you got something special on your hands. The meeting is run so late, I forgot what I was going to say, so I have to look at my notes. And we were not alone in developing that gallery. We had tremendous help, eager and aggressive help from the DPW. They did a terrific job. This is a bit of hyperbole, but I think what you do tonight, if you vote in favor of this ordinance, is you turn this into a legacy moment. It may not happen next week, what we intend to do. It may not happen next year. It may not happen in my lifetime, but it will happen. And I will leave that to Council Vice President Harris if she wants to elaborate on that. But we got some plans that go beyond what you would normally think a cultural arts commission is going to achieve. And just as a tease, I guess, if Carteret can do it, so can we. The one bit of business I want to suggest in this ordinance is that you avoid a bureaucratic landmine that's sitting there. Paragraph A outlines all the members and the terms. I would advise you, if it's at all possible, to just simply import the current structure of the committee, the current committee members, their current terms of office into this ordinance. So you don't have to go reappointing everybody. Because if everybody has to be reappointed, then everybody's lame duck and we start all over again when it's already been done. So don't reinvent the wheel. If you can import it, import it. Thank you very much, and I urge a unanimous yes vote.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? You're recognized.
Lois Tarr, 52 Reeder Road, Edison, New Jersey.
You're recognized.
As Vice Chair of the Cultural Arts Hope to Be Commission, if you show the same support that I've seen here tonight for the Cultural Arts Commission, there's no end to what we can do. The gallery was just the beginning. There's performing arts. There's everything that can encompass any kind of art and culture in this particular township. And by the way, we have a lot of diversity, and I think that people in the township need to see that diversity. That's what the objective of the Cultural Arts Commission is doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Name and
It's been a
address.
long night so far. My name is Bruce Seitz. I'm chairman of the Edison Cable Committee, and I provided the council with an update of what's happened with Optimum over the past year. I would like to get this into the public record and onto the website also. There's been a lot of discussion, complaints, and problems over the years with Optimum service, and they have made a dramatic improvement in the last year. About a year ago, when I worked with the mayor's office, and by the way, I met with Mayor Joshi and Pat Coyle this afternoon, and they know what I'm going to say tonight, and they know that this report that I worked with took me since December with Optimum and Marilyn Davis, who's their senior director, to put this together and get it through the Optimum legal department. They made some good accomplishments in the years. We've had the complaints, which a year ago we were getting 30 complaints a week from the mayor's office, and to me, it was down to less than 30 complaints a month in the last quarter. And in checking with Optimum, they only had one complaint so far this year, and it had to do with new construction. They opened up the center store on Wick Plaza, so we don't have to go out to Piscataway. They opened up direct numbers where you can go online or call Marilyn. We have set up an expedition group where most answers are resolved in 24 hours. So I don't want to go into this. It's been a long night. I'm open to questions later. If the council could get back to me, I would like to get this posted on the website so all the residents can see it. It took us 6 months last year to get a 3-page posting from Optimum on a website. The other thing to the audience here, if anybody does have problems, the main thing you do that works is really call up and say you want to go to customer retention. If you have a problem with the bill, they will adjust it for you. I have dozens of stories where people got $30, $40, $50 down. They've given Stars or Encore or free channels out, and there's still problems out there, okay? But it is significantly improved, and you have all information on here on what's going on. So again, I don't want to belabor this. 2 other points, though. When I spoke with the mayor this afternoon, he told me that Comcast is going to get in with the proposal by the end of the month. I hope something works because we do need competition here in addition to Optimum. They've gotten better, but you always need competence. You need always competition. I've been a marketing executive, and I've done brands where we've competed against ourselves, and there's no reason why Comcast comes in. I spoke with the VPs at Verizon about a year ago. They weren't interested because they did a cost analysis, infrastructure, cable lines, and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll be successful with Comcast. And I'm also skeptical right now about the broadband, but we have $2 million, and the mayor said there'll be some more information coming. So I hope the council includes me. If you remember, when I was here in October, I was asked to get involved with the broadband, and I was told I was not an employee of Edison. And I said I'd work for $1 a year. I've been doing this for 5 years. I'm a senior business executive, and I should be involved on it and can help resolve it either in a positive manner or decide, if this doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint. 2 other things now. Let me get off the cable. John, I want to compliment you on your comments on the AI. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. And if there's anything I could do, I'm not a techie, but in school I learned about Bayesian statistics, which means you look at the numbers, but if the numbers don't look right, you rely on common sense. And I think that's what John was saying with AI. You have to have common sense mixed in with it. Lastly, with the Cultural Arts Center, as I said, I do a lot of work in strategic development, business partners, and things like that. What, I have a minute left? Okay. And I think we should look for some strategic alliances even. It was mentioned Avenel and Carteret is doing a lot of things. I get 2 or 3 emails from them about dinner theater and shows. And another point I just thought of, was Metuchen was talking about a cultural arts center, and they have the Forum Theater that they were thinking of doing, and a gas station on the corner. And I know Mayor Sam is friendly with the mayor in Metuchen, so maybe we do something with the donut hole in the middle of Edison. But I really think this, on all the comments and everybody that's done work with the cultural arts is really, thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Malone Barber, 85 Pleasant Avenue. Thank you for moving up the public portion. Not to beat a dead horse, but I think you guys are almost 3 hours in the working session, and the combined meetings are always way long. I mean, I've been here to midnight some nights, as all of you know. So maybe there's something to be done with the combined meetings to cut the agendas on the working session or at the regular meeting. Okay, the real reason I'm here tonight, though, is along with many of my Clara Barton neighbors, some of whom had to leave, is to ask the council to take action now to stop further 4-story development on Amboy Avenue. Ordinance 1936-2016, known as the Amboy Avenue Redevelopment Plan, allows a maximum building height of 4 stories. This ordinance is an overlay to the original AAR zoning, the Amboy Avenue Revitalization zoning, that only allows for 3 stories. So I'm asking you to repeal Ordinance 1936-2016 now. So the maximum building height for Amboy Avenue reverts to 3 stories. Repealing the ordinance will solve the 4-story issue immediately. Why now? Pretty simple answer. There's properties for sale on Amboy Avenue, and if they are sold under 4 stories, they get to build 4 stories. Residents have previously made their wishes known loudly and clearly on this point in the master plan discussions. I know you've seen that. They're out again tonight. But as you know, we all know, all of you know, the master plan is just a guideline. Ordinances set the zoning laws. And so we feel strongly, I feel strongly, I won't speak for anybody. They're here to speak for themselves. I feel strongly that there is no reason to wait to take action on this. High-density 4-story development along Amboy Avenue is inappropriate and will dramatically change the look and feel of our community and increase the traffic. It is already hard to pull out of our streets onto Amboy Avenue. We don't want Amboy Avenue turned into an urban canyon. Even worse, however, will be the direct impact on 4 stories will have on the homes adjacent to and abutting Amboy Avenue. There's, 10 streets, both sides of Amboy, that feed out onto Amboy Avenue. And if there were 4-story buildings along there, it would block the light and the sun and the sky of the people that live in the first few rows of houses. We have to ensure that that doesn't happen. And in the spirit of getting things done, please repeal Ordinance 1936-2016 without delay. It is the most expedient way to stop more 4-story development. If it is helpful, I can send a copy of the ordinance and the hiring rule plan that supports it to everyone on the council. our good friend and advocate Joel Bassoff dug and dug and dug and finally found the ordinance. So we can save some digging, and I'm happy to send it out to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I did bring it up with the, just real quick, I did bring it up with the legal counsel. He is wondering whether it would be better to repel or modify, so they're going to look into it, but we will get back to you. I got a bunch of emails, so I am aware. Thank you. If you don't mind.
Can I come to the mic?
I think your time's still good. Yeah.
We're asking to repeal it because it's quick.
Mm-hmm.
Revision takes time, and there's properties for sale on that street. That's why we're asking for a repeal.
I understand the
Okay,
time is
thank
of the essence. Thank you, Sue.
Council President?
One second, Councilman Brescher.
Well, I have a question for you. As a point of order.
Can we discuss it at?
Well, no, as a point of order.
Okay.
Right? You said that the council shall wait to comment to the public. Yet you're using this as your personal podium by having dialogue back and forth. So I can't do this. This is a council meeting, but you said the administration can, but here you are having your dialogue back and forth. I don't believe that that's...
You know what? You might be right. I should have had the legal speak to it, but sorry about that. I understand that point. Thank you, Councilman Brescher. I will have you recognized. Oh, no, the one behind you, sir. Yeah. You after him.
Mike Yarnell, 282 Hoover Avenue. And I'm just going to be really quick about this. I couldn't agree more with Sue. I don't want to see our neighborhood turned into an urban nightmare. So that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anthony Diamond, 25 Wiley. Thank you, Council President. It's unfortunate, I just want to recognize that Councilman Coyle has left the building because apparently he's, you have a bunch of Clara Barton residents here, including myself, that have a concern, and I noticed that on his discussion items, he has nothing. So I guess he has nothing to speak about, no concerns, everything is okay. Hey, good for him. He lives in a different Clara Barton maybe than I do. I wanted to wish my condolences to the former chief, if you can. I did not know him, but thank him for his years of service and his family. So, Council President, a couple things. The trash in the town on these roads is as bad as I've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever seen it this bad. As you get off the exit ramps, whether it's from 287, especially going on to, if you're taking the exit onto Woodbridge Avenue off of 287, it is a dump. And it's now trickling into the neighborhood. And I don't know, I know it's probably county or state or whatever. If somebody could make a phone call, you guys are the elected officials, if somebody could, have somebody do something, because it's becoming a problem. I know Councilman Pointer. I've been in contact with him, and you've been very helpful on a couple matters regarding this dumpster and so on. So I thank you for that. But it's such a bigger problem from 287 onto Route 1 onto 27. It looks bad. It's disgusting, to be honest with you, and I'm tired of seeing it. And I know a lot of other people are tired of seeing it. So if something could be done on that, that would be fantastic. Also, as regarding the cannabis, I do not support that ordinance. I know you guys still have to discuss it or whatnot, but I will say this. I don't know what kind of due diligence the administration has done so far on this, whether they've contacted other towns, municipalities that have this. What are the pros? What are the cons? What kind of revenues that they're going to be seeking? We expect. What does crime come involved in it? I like to hear those discussions. I like to have that open dialogue. But I got to be honest with you. I personally do not support this. I see this being more of a problem than a solution for the town to make our township better. That's just me. But we'll have, further debates and discussion on that. I do have one suggestion, I guess, to the PD. I don't know if the police department does this, but Union County does a special needs registry where you could register, I guess, special need children to a database. And I don't know if Edison does that or if Middlesex County does that, but it is a terrific idea, something to maybe look into. Council President, I don't, yeah, so I guess we'll talk. Yeah, no doubt. So I just saw that Lyndon picked it up, and I feel like the special needs, I don't know what the population number is in terms of special needs, but I know we have a lot, and I think it's a good way to help. It just, if something happens. So that's just one suggestion. Let's see. Coyle again, got to him. I think that's it. And I let me just say this. I agree with the residents here regarding the Amboy Avenue. And I think Amboy would be so much further along as a downtown, if you would, if different measures were taken. I think it has a lot of potential. That's for another time, but specifically, I support these residents, and I also like to see that area again cleaned up and let's get this trash out of there if we can. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Anthony. I'll recognize the one in the red shirt.
Hi, my name is Karen Halo. I live on First Street, Clara Barton section of Edison.
You're recognized.
Number 55. I just want to say, first off, I appreciate and agree with everything Sue said. We have, Clara Barton was kind of like this little pocket of little Cape Cod houses, kind of a little boom town area, and just flooding the place with these high rises, just people didn't move there to move next to giant apartment buildings. And especially when you look on a street, every property that comes up for sale, we're all sort of like sweating that it's going to be an apartment building because that's how it's looking. Like there's a beauty parlor that's going out of business. Is that going to be an apartment building? Ooh, there's an empty parking lot. Is that going to be an apartment building? I don't know if anybody in like Stephenville Parkway has that worry, but we do. And I don't know how we got this worry. Yeah, mini Metuchen's really nice, but if you're just going to shove apartments in there, it's not a mini anything. It's like a mini megalopolis or something. So I guess what I worry about is preserving a community feel to something. And apartments don't necessarily preserve a community feel. They're just these big buildings that house people that don't have any skin in the game, maybe in a neighborhood. They're looking for a place to live. So I just wanted to express that was important to me. The height of the buildings is very important. They're little Cape Cod houses. People didn't buy their houses and save their money to have a 4-story building go up next to them. Some people, we have an older neighborhood too. It's now turning into younger families. But I live across the street from somebody who was one of the actual first homeowners. I mean, he's really old, but that's the kind of neighborhood it is. And people that save their money and move in there weren't expecting that. And, if everybody says, ooh, Amboy Avenue could be the next Metuchen, it doesn't have a train station. It doesn't have this. It doesn't have a forum theater. It doesn't have 4 streets of commerce. It's just one road. And, I don't know if that's going to happen, but the way that it's looking like it is, I don't think that that's going to happen. But Metuchen also put apartment buildings in a downtown area and it wasn't next to somebody's house. And that's a big difference. So anyway, thank you, council people, and thank you for also letting us go early because it is a school night and a work night for some of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. The one in the black jacket, yes.
Harish Tatineni, 45 McKinley Street. Few quick points. First is obviously any updates since last time we spoke about mandating the sidewalks at the point of resale, especially in some areas which can be considered as exceptions, like let us say a few miles, 2 miles within the school area or something like that.
We did address this a few meetings back with Councilman Brescher with respect to the sidewalks. I'm sorry, you're going to have to remind me of your specific question.
About when selling, we can put a deed on it.
Yeah, and the answer to that particular question was no, that you can't encumber the property that has been previously in conformance with the code, even if the code changes through a sale. So that aspect of it wouldn't work. If that's the question, whether you can encumber the property and say you can't have a CO now unless you go and put a sidewalk in as a condition of your sale, it's not something that would be legal or enforceable. So, but there were some other remedies that the township has, some other ways that the township could invest in putting sidewalks in some of those areas, either through the expenditure of township funds or through the requirement of the current homeowner to install on their own.
Okay.
That's all already codified and something that could be enforced under the statutes.
Thank you. So next, thanks to Ajay Patil, you covered 3 of my questions: the public advocate, Glendale property details, and the North Edison library upgrade. Regarding Glendale, only question I had was, please don't misinterpret or misquote my statement. I am all in favor of residents living peacefully in their respective homes without any noise from Amazon warehouse or any other warehouse. But 12.75 million of taxpayers' money is not a small amount to buy that. So before the council approved, did we get any plan from the administration as to how they are going to recoup the money without burdening the community? Like, let us say, obviously, as Ajay Patil said, if we build a high-rise condominium, of course, the money can be recouped, but then that's not the point, because that would burden the school system. So promises made, promises kept is a nice slogan. I support it, but it has to be done in a cost-effective way. So not sure if there was any other way by which we could have prevented the warehouse. I know the Charlie Brown site was a special case because it was an extension of the golf course zoning, and so we were able to do the RC zone. Was there any such possibility in this case, in the Glendale property? Was that thought about, analyzed? Because now, obviously, 12.75, 3 million is the developer is paying. I don't know what the future plans are. I will wait for the next meeting. But going forward, at least we should try every possible alternative without just signing off on taxpayers' money in the millions. Utica Lane. So the residents there have been complaining for a while. I think they met the previous mayor, some of the council people, as to why they are being discriminated when it comes to garbage, trash collection charges. It is done by the township, and it is an astronomical figure, something like, I think, 1,200 per year or something like that. So why are they being forced to use only that particular service when we can, like in my lane, McKinley Street, we go by private, and I have 2 options. I just pay, $66 per quarter, something like that. So that is something to be looked into. And finally, the snow days. This time, yes, the cleaning was good. Thanks for that. But I'm sure we can do a better job because the problem is now 3 snow days are taken. The schools are affected, long story short. And most of the parents and kids have plans for the spring break. And as per the school calendar, now the spring break will be disrupted. 1 minute, thank you. So I see that the rock salt is being sprayed outside the library, on the sidewalks, outside this building and all. So, but this year I didn't really see any rock salt being sprayed on the roads, except for the main roads, the county roads or so. I'm not sure, this is a dumb question, are we really running short on rock salt? Because the timing has to be coordinated, I understand, so that we don't pay too much overtime to DPW and outside contractors, but at the same time clear it in one shot. But if beforehand we can spray rock salt, at least the morning 8 to 9, 7 to 9, the commute thing for schools and office commute can be taken care of. And then the cleaning can commence so that we don't affect the schools. I mean, Governor, last time I know he declared emergency, but that is done for a variety of reasons, like taking the help of National Guard if needed and all that. But just because the governor declared an emergency.
Thank you for your time, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Kemi Money.
You recognize?
79 6th Street, Edison, New Jersey. I'm basically here because of Clara Barton and everything that Sue and everyone has been talking about. I support each and every one of them. And I also want to put it in that it's better to help us to repeal that than to start fixing it, because there are lots of loopholes that so many people can work on and get whatever they want. But we live in the community, so we know and experience firsthand whatever is going on. So put that in mind. Then I also want to talk about Edison as a whole. We saw some things concerning Ordinance 0.2211 in 2024 about cannabis. We all agree that cannabis is everywhere now, but as much as possible, the township should consider the residents' family and the children that are in school. If it is easily available anywhere, they get it, and we know what it can cost. Whatever the decision concerning it, it shouldn't be nearer to the residents and should not be nearer to the school. We noticed that the list you put out here are all in the south. Why are the North Edison not getting 2 or 3 to sandwich in between their homes? Or are they better than those of us in the south? Also, basically what I'm saying is that we need an Edison that is safe, not overcrowded to raise family. The way at which it's going, people will be discouraged to even come here. And we as elected officials, we want you to send, like, what type of message are you trying to give us if you allow this particular ordinance to pass? And we should at least know what you stand for concerning this. A lot of people are watching on the YouTube and everywhere, trying to see what you stand for. And I think for each one that has been elected, there will be a time again to talk about consolidation and everything. And I think people will take action if this is not put into consideration. And I don't even know what to say, because when it comes to cannabis and the rest of the things and some of these decisions that we're taking, it affects those of us that live in that community and in that area. And I will strongly just admonish and appeal at this time to reconsider whatever you are considering about all these streets and corners that you listed that you want to set free for them. Help us to take them to the border, and maybe some part of North Edison too will be open. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandeep Ramakrishna, 36 Edgewood Road.
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. First, congratulations, you and Ms. Harris. So I'm here to support for asking the council to rescind the four-story ordinance O.1936 in our city. So, Edison has more than 100,000 people. For a city of this size, we don't have a downtown. I'll come to the point a little bit, but we've been told that Ambo Avenue is the main street, downtown area, over and over again, right? So I want to draw some parallels from what we conceive to what Metuchen is. Metuchen, as you know, Main Street was voted the best main street in America last year, right? And please go. I'm sure you've been there. Take a look. See where's the four-storied building in there. Nowhere, right? They've done this on purpose. The four-stories building is tucked into New Street, which is a proper development by its own. So four-storied building does not belong in an Amber Avenue. I also had the honor of serving in the master plan committee, and we made some recommendations, right? As part of the initiative, the consulting team engaged the Edison residents to understand two things. One, what word comes to mind when you think of Edison? Two, what is your biggest priority in Edison for the next 10 years? Overwhelmingly, the Edison said crowded, traffic, diverse, schools as what comes to their top of my mind. I want to draw your attention to crowded and traffic, right? Good schools and diverse is actually a good thing. Additionally, when Edison residents were asked about what are your top priority for next 10 years, community centers, school, smart development. This ordinance does not fit into any of those things. Also, how does this help? I have no idea. So additionally, master plan committee also proposed a transit village, a concept which is closer to your commute, so you can have multi-purpose zones built there. I believe, if you're looking for a multi-purpose development, those are your spots, and I don't believe Amboy Avenue meets that criteria. Right? I know many of you live there, go eat in that avenue. I'm not sure how would you feel if there are crowded, you don't have parking spots, and there's a safety concern there. So with that, I'm going to ask you again to please reconsider this ordinance and repeal this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sheikh Ashin, 142 Hoover Avenue.
You recognized?
Thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to the previous speaker and to Sue and everyone else who's spoken to say that I would like to request that you repeal the ordinance. I haven't spoken to anybody who lives in the neighborhood who's in favor of a four-story building, so I think it makes sense to do. So thank you.
Thank you. You can come on up.
Christine Sasso, 219 Cabot Avenue.
You're recognized.
Thanks. First, I'd like to thank you for pushing up the public. I'd also like to say that I appreciate the public for being patient, and I'd also like to appreciate the council members who stayed to be patient for the public. And I am disappointed in the council member who left, who did not stay to hear the public, because he's a representative of the public, and I'd like to make that public.
Thank you.
As a resident of Clara Barton, I moved here 24 years ago, and I was overwhelmed by the sense of community that I felt. My children went to James Monroe, and I was surprised when I went to my first budget meeting and they said, we need more money, our schools are overcrowded, because my children had 18 kids in their classroom. And I was like, what are they talking about? I came from Staten Island, and I was like, they have like 2 teachers sometimes, like this is awesome. But other schools in Edison were overcrowded, but James Monroe was not. My kids were actually culture shocked when they went to Hoover, which they got to walk to because I live on Cabot Avenue, which is a dead-end street, and it's amazing. They got to walk there. They get to walk everywhere safely. But then they said, we're gonna make Amboy Avenue downtown. We're gonna rip up the sidewalks, we're gonna put in pavers, and we're gonna put these bump outs there. It's gonna make it safer for you. Really? I can't turn out of my street anymore, but thank you. We're gonna put these parking spots there where people are gonna park, and it's a nightmare. It's been a nightmare, but okay. We're gonna have the tree lighting ceremony, great, and then we're gonna take it away. Okay, that's fine. So we have this sense of community, it's lovely, I love it. Then the doctor's office on the corner says we're gonna knock down our building and we're gonna put a 4-story building up there with 15 apartments. And they said yes, you said yes, regardless of the fact that they did not have enough parking. You said yes. He said, I'm not gonna knock down my existing building that's here. I won't do that to you. Until about a month and a half ago when he came and said, now I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Not only am I gonna do that, but you are maybe going to allow him to put another 4-story building right next to the one that he already built. And if you continue to do that, there will be more and more and more 4-story buildings lining Amboy Avenue with apartments over, not retail spaces that will bring foot traffic, but doctor's offices and retail spaces of what? Beauty salons and nail services? That's all we have there. But apartment buildings with people who live there who have no vested interest in our community. More traffic, and what? More taxes for you? Why don't you consider spreading out more taxes for everyone? Sorry, everyone. 4-story apartments for more people who have no investment in our community. The schools are going to be overcrowded, and James Monroe, the nice little school, will need more money to rebuild again, because the school that you just built that was burnt down is going to need more classrooms, because every apartment there is a 2-bedroom apartment, and they have children. Or they should, why wouldn't they? And dogs that are gonna poop on my lawn. And people who can't find a spot because they only have one. And then they're gonna park in front of my street. And my choice, because we have Boble Field at the end, so I can't say residents only, is going to be that I can't park in my driveway. I'm gonna have to park on my street. And now I live in Staten Island again. Now I have to park in front of my street to block out the neighbors. That's not where I wanna live. I wanna live in nice, quiet Clara Barton. That's where I chose to live. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thomas Leckie, Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized.
Thank you for moving up the public comment session. I have an issue with people parking on New Dover Road, right by John Adams, at dismissal. People park that curved area, no parking signs, no standing signs. People still park there. This is my third. I put in a what do you want to call it, citizen request 3 times. Once with I talked with Officer Turner. We had a great conversation. Then in February of 23, I talked to Officer Semino, had a perfect question. Put another one in December 13th, crickets. Haven't heard anything about it. Now, if I drive on that road and I cross that double yellow line to go past all these illegally parked cars, if I get into an accident, then there could be some, let's call it some legal issues, because I was at fault for crossing that double yellow line. But being facetious, should I just sit there and wait till all these cars are gone so I can go? We need to get that area cleaned up. I would hope I would get a response from my request, my citizen request. I would like a response on other issues. Back in December of 23, I had an issue. I sent an email to Councilmember Patil and the mayor. Once again, crickets. Is that how you respect the people that elected you for those positions? I don't think it's right. In business, I had a speed of response matrix that if my customer, which we are to you, go and send me an email, I would at least have to acknowledge it within an hour. It's terrible. Secondly, continuing on, I've been an Edison resident for 44 years. This is my second time here. So that's why my list is fairly long. I wait till it boils over and then I come in here. Being a senior, back when I turned 65, I talked to Judy at the Edison Senior Center, who helped me and my wife with our Medicare supplement. And she retired. That position has never been backfilled. I don't know if it's planned to be backfilled, if there's any plans for it to be backfilled, but that is a crucial role. I had a buddy that just looked for was looking for supplemental Medicare. He spent $1,500 to talk to somebody, whereas fortunately, I got in under the wire and I was able to get that advice for free. She did a fantastic job. Also, you talk about transportation for Edison seniors. From what I understand, I could be wrong because it was on the Edison seniors website, that transportation for new, let's call participants, is going to be held. They're not going to be able to continue it. It's just going to be for people that have used it in the past. Right now, thank God I don't need that service. But in the future, maybe my wife or I will need it. Reconsider that. When I came here on the 1st to pay my taxes, the illuminator mentioned excess leaf bags. Small topic. I was told when I walked in downstairs, I asked, hey, you guys got any spare bags? The illuminator says, oh no, we've never had them. That's been a misprint. Just get the facts straight before you send things out. That's what we as citizens require. That's how you can convey information to us. just make sure that it's right. And then lastly, Councilmember Pointer, you're on the zoning or planning board. I'm hearing the residents talk about all the different, the four-story buildings they want to put up on Amboy Avenue, where the builders are. We need to get, let's call it construction in tow. Right now, people are building massive, let's call it facilities. I'm not going to call it houses, not going to call it just buildings, facilities on postage stamp lots. We have all our FAR and all our setbacks and all that. They seem to go out the window. My time's up.
Thank you for your time.
Just,
thank you, sir.
I think you need to enforce
thank you,
the rules
thank you for
we
your
have.
comments. Thank you for your comments. And I will try to get back to all the questions that you had, okay? Come on, the one in the back, all the way in the back.
Good evening. Keith Ryan, 56 Lafayette Avenue in
You're
Edison.
recognized.
I want to talk about the master plan on Amber Avenue. I'm going to capitalize a lot of points Ms. Cabot made over here from Cabot Ave. She brought up some good points about school and everything else. A lot of this stuff, first of all, and I don't really believe in the resolutions, everything else. The whole plan stinks. Okay, heck, 4 stories, 3 stories, the whole plan stinks. Because there's stuff to be able to take consideration. What are you going to do with the gray water? What's going to happen with the water pressure? We already got a lot of water going out. My basement floods regularly now. Water coming down Amboy Avenue. Can't park on Hoover, between Hoover and between Amboy and Lafayette. It's crowded over there already. What's going to happen? We got this great plan to get rid of gas. All right, gas cars, gas appliances. What's going to happen to our electricity? Okay, I already got plans for a standby generator because they're already tapping into the grid that I never had any problems with. So there's so many infrastructure issues. We've been told that if you add housing, we're going to pay more taxes. But what happens was it $10,000 a kid in school? They have 2 kids. We're already behind the 8 ball. Any kind of renovations to be done that weren't put into the master plan. We forgot a crosswalk here, we forgot a light here, we forgot this there. What comes back us to the taxpayer. So I don't see anything this because all we're going to do, the taxpayer is going to end up paying for it. In the end, it's that simple. Kibosh it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria?
Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson.
You're recognized.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say to everyone to recognize Black History Month. February is Black History Month. Yes, I have some dates. February 17th is the Lunar New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. February 18th is the Metuchen Edison Historical Society. February 20th is the Human Relations Commission at 7:15. February 22nd will be the Environmental Commission at 7 p.m. And February 29th is the Middlesex Greenway meeting. We have open beds at Dwyer. Please check the Edison Community Gardens website for applications. Looking to see where those stop signs that were ordered are going to be placed. If we could have a street sweeper calendar to let the residents know, to make sure that we have our cars off the road before the street sweeper comes. Please check on your seniors and your disabled neighbors to make sure they're okay. I am not in favor of the 4 stories on the Amboy Avenue revitalization zone. I am not in favor of widening the streets on Jackson Avenue. If we could have an update on the deer study, crossing guards, and the before and after care that was mentioned previous. There are no updates on the officials list. Many of the groups are outdated. The problem with the farmers market is that we needed a farmer and long-standing vendors. There's every Sunday from 9 to 2, as long as the residents knew who were going to be there. And it helps to have events every week that generates people to come. We had cleaned up the boat docks, noticed that the boom was missing. It was told that we're waiting for FEMA money so we could replace the boom that would stop the debris from coming in. There was major overgrown trees there. I'm not sure what the wording is, but there was an outlet where water is supposed to flow in case of a storm, and all these trees were growing. We need cameras there to monitor these illegal dumpings and all the activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. You can come on up at the end.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I live in Netherwood Circle, excuse me, which is miles away from Clara Barton. But I'm here to support the people, the residents of Clara Barton. I came when Charlie Brown's was doing their fight for Charlie Brown's. And it seems like every piece of Edison, we have to fight and fight. And this is your chance to help with the fight by repealing Ordinance 1936. Edison is changing, and I don't think it's changing for the good. We talk about putting up 4-story buildings on Amboy Avenue. What is it going to look like? Well, then drive around Edison and look at the buildings, the homes that are changing and what they're looking like. My favorite is the one on Wood Avenue. Whomever owns that is amazing. Do you own that, Pressure? No, but I like that. God only knows what's going in there. So when that master plan was coming up, my joy was thinking, oh, we're going to make a difference by putting in some things that planned by the residents of the town. And I appeal to you to join the Clara Barton residents by repealing this ordinance. The second thing I'm going to talk about, and you're not going to like it, and you're not going to like it, and you're not going to like it. You're to have 2 meetings a month. One's a work section, and one's an action section of your monthly meetings. Yes, it's difficult to get it done in 1 month. And look at what's the term right now. Tonight should have been the action, but you couldn't have it on Monday. It was a holiday. But there are other days. Was it holiday? I heard it was a holiday. I thought they kind of sifted him away. But anyway, we need to give the time to talk these things out. Now, I don't know if there was any kind of ulterior motive as to what happened tonight. Mr. Patel, you had plenty of things to talk about, and I don't think any of them were frivolous, but it was long. Mr. Pointer, he's so educational, but he was long. But there were people sitting here that needed to talk, and we did not get to talk till hours after this meeting started. And I appeal to you to think twice about your procedures. I think you were out of order by changing that agenda, because we did really not get to talk about all the things that you were going to be discussing. Because if you had said something about any of the ordinances, I might have been able to voice my opinion on what you had said and not what the words were in these papers. So, yes, you were kind by changing it, but are you going to place that agenda item earlier in the future meetings, or was it just tonight? So it's something you're going to have to think about, because if you look at the agendas, if you come to a work session, you can say nothing until the end of the meeting. Oh, excuse me, I said the wrong word. At the beginning of the meeting, where you really don't get to talk at any other time. So you need to talk about your agenda to make more sense of it. I know you're trying, but obviously you're hopefully going to make adjustments at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Joy Ship Freeman.
You're recognized.
I'm going to say this from the beginning to get it out the way. From sitting over in that seat, looks like y'all have 3 meetings going on up here. Everybody has a separate meeting going on, but yet they're saying if somebody talks a bit loud in the audience, it bothers everybody. But it bothers me that you have 3 meetings going on. It bothers me that you have a council member that walks in and out the seat, back and forth, like, you know what I mean, like hyperactive, like AP, you know, this very hyper, and then walks out on the very people that you're supposed to represent, but yells the whole time during the meeting. I never hear this. He yelled the whole time during the meeting. So, okay, so that's said, because that's very annoying at all. I wouldn't even allow it for my students. And I'm very glad that they have a cultural commission, because last year was a disaster. I was embarrassed last year because Metuchen, New Brunswick, all of them said, Councilwoman, y'all don't have a cultural commission? And you're sitting around here begging for money. You don't have a cultural commission? This is how we get ours. And they showed me examples of what a cultural commission was. So I was embarrassed last year. So I'm glad that we're really moving forward this year when we're moving back and forth. Another thing that embarrasses me, somebody, you know, got information from other people that you can go to even the libraries in Edison. I don't even know why we got a cultural commission or human relations commission that I reactivated. I don't know why. They say you can go to every library and you wouldn't even know that this is Black History Month. Some people think it's Martin Luther King's birthday. That's Black History Month. But, you know, you know, people are ignorant, but, you know, it's a shame that you get to a certain age and you're still that ignorant. And you can go from library to library to library. You can't even write something. You can't even write a book report because you don't have the proper information. You have some outdated stuff. They may have Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. I think they do that like in preschool or whatever. And then another thing that was kind of disturbing is when you tell the council people that they have to wait until after we talk, you have to wait until the public session is over, then you may comment. So when the council person does comment and says negative stuff about you, oh, then you can't say anything back. So I don't understand how this council has improved in their presentation. I knew that Councilman Patel was a bit long, but he's like me. You don't get any answers. So guess what? Those same items would not be on every time if you just answered them thoroughly for the first time with the person. All right, I mean, I can even give you a second time. If you answered all the questions properly so that everybody could understand the questions, then the same questions wouldn't come up every 2 weeks. I got a list of questions that I've never been answered. Even when I sat up there, I've never been answered. I don't know what their version is or what the problem is. You know, I've never gotten answers to a lot of things, and people do want answers to those questions, else they would not have sent them to me. People still call me and they still ask, they say, you're going to the council meeting? Can you see if this can be done? Can you see if that can be done? And with the thing, I wanted to know, and it's the only 2 things that I'm gonna bring up again because the rest of the list, I'm gonna send the list into the council president, and maybe he can get me some answers to the question back and forth about the energy aggregate program and about the sewer system townwide. And why are we always, every time, paying people for water, overpayments of water? You know, and then why are we adding additional databases? And let's see, the 2 million for the municipal broadband is just for the internet system, correct? And I also, like when you said the second part about AI, how it has its built-in biases, so it's not always good to use. And when people were telling me about, the snow, I think maybe the other day was the first real snow we've had like in 2 years. So when you're telling me how AI picked up all this data on all these things, I don't know if they picked up all the data because we didn't have that much snow. And I know the people are upset about the wasted snow day that could not have been taken from their Easter vacation because, one of those days was a big waste. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You can come on up.
Hi. Rosemary Chase, 154 4th Street.
You're recognized.
I am so grateful that you're all here and listening to me. And I'm overjoyed that when our community stood together, we were able to save our library. It means the world to me. And one of the reasons I moved here was because I felt, safe. I grew up in Fords, and it was safe until there was apartments, buildings there, but I'm trying to focus on, I'm not good at this. So I agree with Sue, and I don't think a 4th-story would be good. I spoke to one of the owners who put the 4th-story one up, and one of the things I'm concerned about actually also is the trees. Like, Metuchen, love Metuchen, why? The trees. Then you go to Clara Barton and we have trees. And then, go to Fords and Woodbridge and there's less and less trees, That would be like New York or like Long Island. So even if you do put 3 stories, I don't want them to take away our trees. And my biggest concern is safety. Because if you put we have Route 1, 287, and all those big major highways coming in that area, and then, hey Joe, hi, are you listening to me? Okay.
We have 105 trees on the block.
Yeah, so, and it's like, if you put the apartment building there and there's no parking, then I heard that you're gonna put like a 4-story parking place. I mean, even JFK Hospital doesn't have one of those. They need it, by the way, but anyway. And so now the criminals are gonna see that, and they're gonna wanna like steal cars, and I'm really concerned about safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Rajaraman Nagarajan.
You're recognized.
Heritage, thank you. Generally, I don't come to the council meeting. I have a point to make, that's why I'm here. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Nesh, for being chosen as the president and Margot as the vice president. So I'm here for a couple of reasons, right? So like Ajay Patil said a couple of years ago, right? I worked with Ajay Patil, right? Sam was here, right? We all ensure that we are heard, right? With respect to the marijuana ordinance, right? So we know that pressure is coming from the state, okay? The law is passed. If somebody is going to imaginatively think, hey, nothing is going to happen, we are not going to sell marijuana, they are mistaken, okay? It's the law. So what we need to try to do here is consider about these kids, right? I'm here, I'm passionate about it because Ajay knows, right? I've even told him several times, like for the last 15 years on my street, just before it was legalized, about 5 years ago, I used to see these kids who are 10th grade, 11th grade, right, probably from JP, do these drugs. I've talked to them, I've called the cops, I've done so much so that I can secure them, right? So the problem with this ordinance that you're trying to put out, right, is 1,000 feet is too small a distance, okay? Today, you're doing it in Talmadge. There is no reason why this will not come up in Inman, where I live. Okay, because if you look at a 1,000 feet gap, right, I can pull the map and show you, right, difference between a residential and industrial is not much, right? You could still find a gap. So my request to you all from that ordinance perspective is to consider if you can put it on Route 1 corridor. If you see Woodbridge, right? Woodbridge mayor has been very smart about it. He has these dispensaries on Route 9 and Route 1. Route 1 and Route 9 corridor is not something you can control because it's a state corridor, right? I mean, you have crooks, everybody going through these roads, right? All the way from Newark, right? Or to Trenton or whatever. So put them there, but don't bring them in. Because once you start bringing them in, there is no stop to it. Because today you're asking me for talent, like you're going to pass Talmadge, right? Tomorrow, a business owner is going to come and say, if it is Talmadge, why not me? I'm within the 1,000 feet, right? Please consider that. Please consider the kids. This is a family-friendly town. I've been living here for the last 22 years, right? I mean, I'm very passionate about Edison. I want you all to consider that, right? I mean, I want you to hear and then pass the ordinance. I mean, I understand the intention of the administration to bring this audience because you want to make money, it's the law, it's whatever it is, right? But let's keep it safe. Like somebody said, right, is we are trying to destroy massage parlors, right? We don't want to bring these in, right? Route 1 is the best place. There are so many empty shops. In fact, Rich scouted places in Raritan, I believe, few years ago with one of the residents, Anita, to see what is the best place in Raritan, right? I don't know why you are not doing it in Raritan now, right? You need to think about it, right? Please do consider the kids, consider the residents, right? It's very, very important because I want Edison to be a family-friendly place because all of you have worked hard to bring the best entertainment, in New Jersey to Edison. If I walk out of my home, I have like a 3-year-old, right? I have so many places to go that I don't have to worry about how I can keep my son occupied, okay? The second thing I want to bring up is about the deers, right? I'm also passionate about it because they're animals, they can't speak for themselves, right? Right now, the deer population is very, very little, right? You should consider that, right? Because of the virus or whatever, I mean, I heard from Ajay a few years ago, virus came, and I'm in North Edison. I see deer, I love seeing deer around my home. I don't see as much. I see 1 or 2 in the entire area, right? I mean, from all the way from Westgate to my home, I just see 1 or 2. So please consider that when you're trying to do population control. And please don't go for hunting because that's not what Edison is, right? I mean, the residents do not want it. Maybe up in Union County, they do it. Right across, they do it in Clark, but let's not do it, okay? Because I don't think the residents support it, right? The third thing is, like I said, if you can bring, if you can change the format so residents can talk, it can happen, right? Because we had a lot of people, including the board president, right, come talk about, he wanted to talk about the marijuana as well, right? Like the ordinance, right? He had to go. People have kids. They have to put kids to sleep, right? So if you can give us a slot before you continue with your business, that will really help. Thank you so much. That's all I had. You guys are doing an awesome job. And please continue to do it. I can't be more proud of this council than anywhere else because I do watch council meetings from other towns and other states, but we are one of the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Council President, just a point of clarification or question. It's past 10 o'clock from our ordinance aspect, so I don't know if we have to officially extend the meeting or anything like that.
Can we extend it to midnight so it'll be easy if it ends earlier? Midnight? Yeah, at one time. Yeah. Midnight. Can you have a motion to extend it to midnight?
Motion to extend.
Can't start to 11 o'clock first.
Seconded. All right. Roll call or all in favor? All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you. If it ends earlier, it ends earlier. Okay. You recognize, sir. Your name and address, please.
Good evening. Thomas O'Shea, 165 Echo Avenue, Edison, in Clara Barton. My family goes back in this town about 1930. I went through the Edison school system. My children went through the Edison schools, and now my grandchildren are going through. So we've been around here for a long time, and we'll be here for a long while. I want to just express my support and the sense of urgency to repeal the 2016 redevelopment zone ordinance. And the reason I say it's urgent is case in point is the doctor's building. That building not only violates the letter, but the spirit of the redevelopment zone as adopted in 2016. So whoever approved that, whether it's zoning or planning, I don't even know who, they don't even respect the code that was established. So you've got residents that are not happy, you've got town officials that aren't supportive of it. So that tells me something is wrong with it that really needs to be repealed. So I'd urge you to repeal it and then revisit that down the road. Take a breath before these significant properties on Amboy are sold, and we're stuck with, God knows what they'll approve because they're not following the letter or even the spirit of the agreement. I'd also encourage you to adopt and include a redevelopment agency to oversee redevelopment in the Amboy Avenue zone. The agency I would ask be composed of residents and business owners in Clara Barton, so that they can then shepherd whatever plan is approved forward and make sure that it meets the needs of all parties concerned. So please repeal it, review it, and then we can all move forward. And it would be very easy to do, because when you go to the Edison code, go to edisonnj.org, town code, and go to AAR, it's the 2014 plan that is still out there. So the plan from 2016 never got put into the public record on the website. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Joe?
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
You're recognized.
First of all, condolences on the loss of Chief Campbell. It sounds like he was really a dedicated public servant, and it's a great loss to anyone who knew him. A shout out to the Department of Public Works. The snow plowing was great from my perspective. So they did a fantastic job under challenging circumstances. On Amboy Avenue, I just have to amplify what the residents of Clara Barton have already said, what Ms. Malone Barber said, and what everyone else from the neighborhood said. Even though it's not my neighborhood, I can see how important it is to eliminate the further possibility of more four-story buildings there. I read two reports that were produced by Hire Gruhl, the engineering firm that came up with the redevelopment zone, and they conducted a couple of community forums. And it's striking that in those community forums, people of Clara Barton showed up, and almost unanimously, they spoke against the possibility of four-story buildings. So even back then, the neighborhood was aware of the problem of four-story buildings and came out against it, with only one exception. There was one resident of the neighborhood who's actually on this dais who came out in favor of four-story buildings, and in spite of the fact that everyone else in the neighborhood was against it, it looks like obviously the four-story buildings were approved. So that has to change. And also I know that the council now has a rule that council people are only supposed to respond if a member of the public asks a question. So my question is, by the next council meeting, can it be introduced onto the agenda an ordinance to repeal the commercial corridor overlay? And I know it has to go to the planning board, but by the next council meeting, can we start that process? That's my question on that. Next item, some other ordinances that are not on the agenda, but should be on the next council agenda. Last year, there was discussion of amending the definitions of warehouses and also updating it to include distribution centers and fulfillment centers and facilities of that nature. So can we have that on the agenda for the next meeting? Okay. Then there's some problems with the planning board ordinance, and I know I sent to council members an email detailing that. There are some discrepancies. For example, for the planning board, the Class A member is supposed, according to our ordinance, the Class A member is supposed to be the mayor. Obviously, the mayor does not sit on the planning board, so that should be changed to authorize the mayor or the mayor's designee. There's also a reference in that ordinance to a site plan committee. As far as I know, there is no site plan committee, and in any event, the ordinance doesn't define or establish a site plan committee, so that has to be rectified. That's an inconsistency. And for the technical review committee, the ordinance specifies
that someone from the Office of Emergency Management should sit on the Technical Review Committee. However, I suspect that Chief Toth is extremely busy with protecting Edison on a daily basis and probably would prefer not to have to sit on the Technical Review Committee on an ongoing basis. There's also another ordinance having to do with budget deadlines, and there's some discrepancies there. We haven't been following our own municipal charter or our own ordinance in terms of adhering to the deadlines for budget. For example, our charter, which my understanding is that the charter, it's like the Constitution for the municipality, and that would supersede even any ordinance. It calls for, if you give me a moment. Right, it says that during the month of November, the mayor should require all department heads to submit requests for appropriations and that there should be public hearings during November. My understanding is that that's not being done, so either we have to start doing that or we have to change the charter. So my question is, can that be addressed at the next council meeting? Also, according to our charter, the budget is supposed to be submitted to the council by the 15th of January. That's what our charter says. So my question is, can we either going forward make sure that that's done, or if necessary, amend the charter? Now, the local finance board has extended some deadlines. They've extended the statutory deadline for transmission of the budget to the council to February 27th. So my question is, will the council be getting the budget submission by February 27th? And if not, what will be done about it? And our ordinance sets.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Oh, I didn't get the 1 minute warning.
Yeah, just stepped away.
That's okay, and I'll submit the rest of the questions via email, and I'm sure you'll get back to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council President. Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road.
You're recognized.
Thanks. I have a bunch of different stuff. I'm fully in support of what Sue and the Clara Barton neighbors have come to say over and over and over and over again, not just at this meeting, but at the master plan, they've been clear. At zoning meetings, they've been clear. At planning board meetings, they're clear. I don't understand why the administration and the council isn't hearing the message that's been clearly messaged. Repeal the 4-story building and stop overdevelopment in this town. We keep saying it over and over and over again. I don't know why the administration and the council doesn't get it. We seem to keep getting zoning wrong because Ordinance 2211, 2024, is also a zoning ordinance, but it happens to be about cannabis. And I'm not sure exactly, and I'd like to know, I see that it comes through the Department of Law, and the Department of the bill to increase or allow cannabis to be sold on these streets throughout South Edison. There's none in North Edison. The township attorney, right, the Department of Law comes from the administration, or does it come from the council, or who put this measure, who thought this measure was a good idea? And who put it forward? Does anybody want to claim it?
I've supported it.
You support it?
There's no back and forth. Thank you.
Okay. From the through the council president to the business administrator, is the mayor the one that is bringing this forward, this measure forward?
I will wait for the end of the public comments before we answer.
Okay, so you're going to answer all the questions that we had,
Yeah,
and you've got notes of them all?
yeah, right here.
Okay, because I mean, there were dozens of questions today.
I have them right.
Okay, all right, I'm expecting a full report on all the questions that were asked. So we've been clear about Clara Barton. We've been clear about overdevelopment in the town. We've been clear now about cannabis. I thought the last time we talked about this as a council, or you talked about this as a council, it was Raritan Center. That's where I thought, unless my memory has gone bad, everybody was like, Raritan Center, yes, this is happening in the state. We're gonna have to do it. Otherwise, people are gonna go to other towns and we wanna get the tax revenue. I get it, I wanna get the tax revenue too. But just put it in Raritan Center. And we were all happy about that. Why are we now trying to put it in neighborhoods right next to schools? And from what I understand, from what I heard from the BA, and please correct me if I got this wrong, but you're gonna repeal the 1,000-foot limitation away from residential with this measure? So you're gonna put it right next to houses. Just doesn't seem like something we should want to do here in Edison. That's something I don't want to happen in Edison. And it sounds like there's plenty of other people in the town that also agree with me. Some housekeeping issues. I wanted to thank Hank Bignell. He's not here anymore. He had to leave, but Hank, for holding the applicant accountable at the last zoning board meeting on the billboard case, for cutting down a whole bunch of trees without any approval or tree permit from the town. And both the zoning official as well as Hank Bignell had asked the applicant and gave them a whole bunch of trouble about why they cut down a whole bunch of trees without permits. And the applicant didn't have any good answer. So that also leads to this week, or last week, or whenever, 225 and 231 Plainfield Road, there were at least a half a dozen trees cut down that I couldn't get my arms around them. And I called town hall and I called upstairs and there was no tree permit record of them. So I took pictures and I've called the zoning official, Mr. Ayotte, and I still haven't gotten a phone call back as to what to do with these pictures and to the enforcement. So the reason also that that's important is because those parcels are an active planning board application that was done. And I'm sure, I haven't looked at the resolution, but I'm sure in the resolution it says you can't just cut down the trees without doing the proper permits. So it's an enforcement problem in the town. I called as the action was happening and I didn't get any response. I called Mr., Joe James upstairs? And then I called Mr. Ayotte and left a message and there was nobody available to do an enforcement at the time. I didn't know whether I should call the police or not because these trees were getting murdered.
What was the address?
225 and 231 Plainfield Road. This is an active planning board application and subdivision right across the street from Charlie Brown's, another zoning board land use issue in the town. So anyway, Hank did a good job, but we lost 6 more huge trees, and I'm all torn up about it. So a positive thing, you guys are doing a good thing on the 2210
Your time's up.
and
Thank you, Nick.
2209.
Thank you. Anyone else? You already spoke.
Can I make just one
No, you can't come back up. I'm sorry. You can't come back up. I'm sorry.
different subject? I can't.
No.
Unless it's a rebuttal.
Yeah.
Motion to close the public portion?
Seconded.
One sec, do we open up for rebuttals? No?
Yeah.
Any rebuttals? I will let the legal explain what a rebuttal is.
I have.
Explain what the rebuttal is. Mr. Stiles, he's going to explain what a rebuttal is. And if it's not a rebuttal, it won't.
Can I make a rebuttal?
Wait, let the legal explain what a rebuttal is.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let the legal counsel explain what a rebuttal is, and then if your comment is not a rebuttal, we would have to say no.
So The rebuttal portion is for anyone who disagrees with something that was said during the main portion of the public comments. It is restricted to actual viable disagreement with a comment by another speaker. If it's to simply add on to, if it's not actually a disagreement, if it's utilized for an opportunity just to speak about something unrelated to comments that were specifically made during the public comment portion, then it is not a viable rebuttal. It won't be allowed.
Okay, I understand what a rebuttal is. I've been in court many times. The point I want to make is a rebuttal is a disagreement. I am in disagreement with the cannabis situation and putting retail stores
That's not
here.
a rebuttal. I'm sorry, sir. You may have to sit down. Thank you. All right, motion to close the public portion.
Motion to close.
Second.
I have a motion from Council Vice President, second from Councilman Coyle. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will get back to the regular agenda.
No, Council President, quick question. We're going to answer the public's questions after we go through all of our business, correct?
No, we're just going to get back to right where we left off. Council President's remarks.
And then when are we going to answer the public's
At the
questions?
end of the meeting.
Well, that's what I just said.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Moving on to number 20. Actually,
21.
All right, moving on to number 20, unfinished business. Ordinance for further consideration and public hearing and final adoption. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Ordinance 2205-2024. Ordinance amending a no stopping or standing zone on a section of Briar Avenue.
And this will be open to public if anybody wants to make a comment. Seeing none. Council comments? Actually, motion to close the public portion.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Coyle.
Seconded.
Second by Councilman Patil. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And motion to adopt. Can I get a motion?
Second.
To adopt? Can I get a motion to adopt first?
Motion to adopt. Second.
Councilman Patil, motion. Councilman Coyle, second. Any council comments? Seeing none, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Schmel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to ordinance 2206-2024. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Ordinance 2206-2024. Ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration, by creating subsection 2-114, Cultural Arts Commission.
This will be open to the public comments. Any public comments? Nick, you're
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road. Congratulations,
recognized.
Margot, and the rest of the public that has been here and been rooting for this and getting through. I'm in full support of this, and go get them.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other? Seeing none, motion to close the public portion.
Motion closed.
Motion from Councilman Coyle, second from Council Vice President. Motion to adopt. Can I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Motion from Councilman Patil.
Second.
Second from Councilman Coyle. Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Schmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to ordinance 2207.
Congratulations.
Moving on to ordinance 2207-2204. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Bond ordinance providing for the township-wide water meter replacement project for the sewer utility in and by the Township of Edison and the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, appropriating $8,850,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $8,850,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance the costs thereafter.
This will be open to public. Any public comments? I will take Joyce.
Just one quick question. Is this for the 11,000 people that's just for Edison Water?
Sonia?
This is for the Edison utility.
Edison Utility, the Edison, the 11,000 people, is that the Edison Utility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all you had to answer.
Thank you. Joel?
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
You're
So
recognized.
my question on this ordinance is, what's the estimated break-even point for how long it'll take to recoup the cost of these meters? My understanding is that there are supposed to be cost savings involved with the installation of these meters, and I'm sure that there are, but how long will it take to recover the $8 million or the almost $9 million?
All right, thank you. Joel? Sonia, would you like to answer that?
We don't have that estimate.
Thank you, Sonia. Any other? Anthony Dammer?
Anthony Dammer, 25 Wiley. I just like to say, I still think that it wouldn't be a terrible idea to maybe hire a couple more people. And I don't think one of you, I think maybe Councilman Brescher was one who brought up the fact that one time over the long haul, I don't think we even come close to the $8 million if you hired a couple more people to do this job myself. But I don't know if that was ever taken into consideration, but it just seems like a lot of money that to service just, the south end of town. But thank you, Council President.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood. Do we know how many water meters will be replaced? Is it a correct assumption that 11,000 customers means 11,000 meters?
Sonia?
The replacement is for all the meters.
Okay. I don't know that answered my question directly, but I don't understand why that would be a hard question to answer. So that's $8 million divided by 11,000 is like $800 a meter. Yes, give or take. So $800 a meter in terms of the payback that Joel was asking. I can't imagine that these things are out of whack that much that it's going to pay back and in anything reasonable in a reasonable amount of time. The $800 per meter, will that be paid for by the customers of the Edison Water Utility? Or is it going to be paid for by the city of the township of Edison and our taxes?
Sonia?
Sure. So this is an investment to our capital. Obviously, the township is putting that investment in with the help of the council, of course. So with that, that is a total investment made by the township. I hope that answers your question.
So the township is investing in the 11,000 water meters that not everybody in the town is a part of. And that investment won't pay off as well. It seems like a bad business decision, a poor business decision to invest in something that's not going to pay back. But I'm not a finance major. Maybe you are.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Mrs. Stokes?
I've been involved with the cable committee, so what's going on with this water situation and the Edison Water Company is all new to me. But as a businessman, I just like to ask the question, is there a marketing plan for this? Does it lay out what the specific objectives are? Does it lay out what the costs are, what the ROI is on return, and what is the long-range effect over 10 years? Okay, Middlesex Water Company has this. They do a good job. They have home serve that gives protection. How does this compare to what the competition is? My question.
Sonia, I think there was a report from the other town, Neptune, I believe, right? Or I forgot the town's name.
It was Neptune. So in terms of municipal infrastructure and how that works, so it is much different than any private sector return of investment. I mean, every year we have a new road list. So that means that residents potentially, depending on the life cycle of the note, really it's a reinvestment of the entire township. That's how municipal financing works and infrastructure improvements work. It is a shared cost, obviously, to all of the residents, regardless of location.
And can you also talk about that report from Neptune?
I can certainly provide that and email it to anyone that would like it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with a public comment?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. Just to react to the response that I just heard was, with the roads, everyone gets a piece of the roads. So this year I'll pay for your road, and next year I'll pay for your road, and the following year you're going to pay for my road. But when it comes to the water, I will never benefit from the water. And when they fix my water, you're not going to pay for it because I've got Middlesex water. I don't have Edison utility. Or am I completely out of not knowing what I'm talking about? Because if the whole township, I realize we're doing this to better the town, and I realize a portion of the town is going to benefit from it, but you can't equate it to the roads because ultimately everyone benefits from the roads. So, sorry, I got you there. So I'm for any kind of improvement in the town, but it's the whole town taking care of 1/10 of the town. But down the road, make sure everyone benefits from it because you don't take care of my garbage, you do not take care of my water, and you do not take care of what's the third thing? There's one more thing.
Maybe school kids. I have none in my school. I have no kids in the school
Councilman
district.
Coyle, you're out of order.
I still pay for it.
Councilman Coyle, this is
You're
public comment. Thank you.
Not equated at all. You're in the same ballpark as her. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Motion to close the public comments.
Motion to close the public comment.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Patil, second from Council Vice President. Motion to adopt. Can I get a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Patil, second from Councilman Pointer. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Comments.
Councilmember
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot about council comments. My bad. Sorry.
Council President, if I may.
Councilman Pointer, you're recognized.
Am I recognized? All right. I know I made my general comments before, but just to address a couple of the questions that were brought up. In terms of break even, is tough to exactly determine that because we don't know the exact rate of savings that we will get. Now, they project that it can be up to as much as 7% in terms of the consumption. I'm going more of the conservative route in terms of like 3%. So depending on which metric you use, you get different break-even points. So I hope that at least addresses a little bit the question that you had posed. Total meters, 12,130. This is inclusive of commercial properties as well. It was asked about water benefit versus just the south end versus the entire township. This is actually classified under the under sewer in the sense of being able to apply for the iBank loan, and it's because the consumption levels that go into sewer, like you still pay those, you still pay that that service. That service though is throughout the entire township. So if there's a reduction in the total sewer, sorry, I'm forgetting all the technical terms, in terms of the water that flows through it, if there's a saving on the sewer end in terms of what gets pushed out through the system, that gets applied throughout the township. And one just additional benefit because of all the lead testing that is required by the state. My understanding is that they will be doing scratch testing as the installations happen. So we will be able to identify lead pipes throughout the township, which we will eventually have to address at a later date. Thank you, Council President, for the time.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Yeah, Council President, again.
Council Patil, you're recognized.
This is wonderful, and I'm in fully support of that. Only one question I have for administration to Council President. Will this be debt service on the water utility?
Sonia?
Or it will be part of water utility budget in case the payment has to be made against the bond. Bond can be taken on at the township level, but we have the water and sewer separate budget. Will the interest payout come from that water utility budget?
Right now, it's taken out of the regular budget, but as a form of return to the water and sewer, I'll bring it up to our finance department if that is a return. However, during our first conversations, we talked about the iBank. All of these applications are still made through the iBank, so we are still aggressively making sure we'll be forgiven with this funding that we're requesting. However, we have to outlay the money at the beginning, so.
Yep. And thank you for that. That's the reason, because of the iBank, I'm supporting this, because we know there is a possibility that we'll get the money, but just from the clarity standpoint of view, because the residents from the other neighborhood should not feel that they are burdened, because that's what I hear because of this. So as long as the interest payment is considered as a budget line item on the water utility company, then it will work pretty well. Again, we'll get that money back, but tentatively. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Patil.
President,
Councilman Coyle.
I just want to reiterate this is a great opportunity of just water loss in itself. And across 10 years, it's less than $6 per connection. So it's a great investment. We know the opportunity with the infrastructure bank, it can be forgiven. And we have allowed this water company at one time to run way into the gutter, owned at least by another company. And this is certainly going to have a huge resolve in detection. The detection alone is a huge savings. So thank you, Council President.
And thank you, Councilman Coyle. Anyone else? All right. As for me, I'm just going to refer back to the Neptune report. They have done this, and what they have found is they got a better accurate reading. They got more accurate water usage data. They got increased revenue. They don't state a specific number, but it was increased. And we can't really compare it to Neptune because it might be a different method, but they did increase revenue, and they reduced the operating cost because they didn't have to send someone out. And as Councilman Pointer pointed out, this will allow us to do the lead testing, which is important as well. And as Councilman Patil and Sonia pointed out, that this might be forgivable. And in the end, we do own the water utility, and we do have to take care of. It's an infrastructure we do have to maintain, and I think it's a good investment for the future of this town. So with that said, I will do, Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Councilmember Brescher. Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to new business. This is proposed ordinance public hearing set down for Wednesday, February 28th. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Ordinance 2208-2024. Ordinance authorizing the sale of two township properties known as Block 491.01, Lot 30, and Block 491.01, Lot 33, in the Township of Edison, New Jersey.
Can I get a motion to introduce?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer.
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for February 29th, I believe it is. 28th. My apologies, this is a Thursday today.
And can I get a second?
Second.
So I have a motion to introduce from Councilman Pointer, second by Council Vice President. Any council comments? Seeing none, may I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brescher. Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No for introduction.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2209-2024.
An ordinance amending section 39-12.23, schedule of escrow deposit fee, of the Code of the Township of Edison.
May I get a motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce.
You got to read that statement.
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law, and further consideration and public hearing set down for February 28th.
May I get a second?
Second.
So I have a motion to introduce from Councilman Coyle, second from Council Vice President. Any council comments? Okay, seeing none. May I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brescher. Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to ordinance 2210-2024. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance amending section 36-7, major subdivisions, 36-6.1, sketch plat, application requirements, 36-9.6, preliminary site plans, 36-9.7, final site plans, 27-2.11, large water services, 36-8.2, preliminary site plan approvals, and 39-12.4 hearings of the Code of the Township of Edison to update and modernize the availability of electronic submissions on applications for development.
All right, may I get a motion to introduce?
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Wednesday, February 28th.
Thank you. May I get a second?
Seconded.
All right, I have a motion from Vice President and second from Councilman Patel. Any council comments?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer?
I appreciate you putting this forward and your efforts in initiating this. I also forgot to mention before, I appreciate you taking the suggestion in adding in the final site plan approval. Sometimes there are applications where only preliminary is provided at one of the boards. So therefore, if adjustments are made on an application in the final site plan perspective, it's good to have that. So I appreciate you adding that onto the language here.
And as always, thank you, Councilman Pointer, for all that you do and your analytical skill. I truly depend on it. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, may I get a roll call?
Councilmember Brescher. Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, Madam Clerk, moving on to ordinance 2211-2024. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance amending Chapter 37 zoning, requirements and land use regulations for cannabis business.
May I get a motion for introduction?
Council President, I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Wednesday, February 28th.
May I get a second?
Second.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Pointer, second from Councilman Shmuel. Any council comments?
Council President,
Councilman Patel?
I was a part of the cannabis subcommittee, I think it was 2-3 years ago. This is not the approving, this is more changing the zone. We already picked up the zone, which starts from Amboy Avenue all the way to the, close to Heller Park. So it is not that we don't have the zone. This is amending or adding the other locations, which I completely disagree because the same locations were discussed 3 years ago. We debated this at length, and the reasoning was very simple. We have the cannabis business in Highland Park. I think there is a drive-through I heard was passed in Metuchen. I don't think we need to flood these businesses in Edison. Whether it is a north end, south end, Clara Barton, doesn't matter. I don't think this is the right business that we should allow around the residential area. And if you look at the Edison map, we are very densely populated community. What that means is most of these locations will be in and around, I would say, the striking distance of this most of the schools. Whether we like it or not, now we have the bike paths. It will be much easy for the kids to reach to these locations. Again, we know this is a serious problem. Edison is known for the best schools. It is one of the best towns to live. We all are proud of it. I think bringing this type of business in the core locations of Edison neighborhood will be detrimental to not to the property values, but as well as to the entire school system. And hence, I'll be I will not be supporting this change in the zones. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Patel. Anyone else?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have several items I just wanted to mention. I apologize if I take a little bit. I do want to offer a clear clarification before beginning, because I know what I had said when Mr. Fagan was at the dais. My understanding and interpretation of this ordinance is that the buffer zones are not being redacted. There's nothing in the language here that says that 1,000 feet from the residential, 1,000 feet from the education, 500 feet from the parks, or anything like that that is indicating to me that those buffer requirements, which are going to be necessary or are part of the current zoning, are being repealed. So I am going into this with the understanding and impression that those buffer requirements are still applicable to these changes. So I just wanted to make that as a point of clarification prior to proceeding. There was a comment made before about the nail salons and the conversion of that to, say, like cannabis shops. The only difference is that we don't have a quantity limit on nail salons. We have a quantity limit on dispensaries in the township, which quite honestly is the primary focus with this ordinance and most of the other ordinances, because we're not talking warehousing, we're not talking cultivation, we're not talking packaging, we're not talking delivery services, we're primarily talking dispensaries. I have broached this subject, and I apologize. Should I not?
No, you can continue.
No? Like, I would have said all this before, but I had asked in advice. I have broached this subject several times with the administration, and I think that it is time for us to expand access in Edison Township. While the previous standalone zone may be well-intended, it is not practical in several instances. The actual boundaries established are extremely limited access from the general market who would use cannabis products. Additionally, most other locations, if you look at any dispensaries around the state, they are not just packed away in industrial complexes. Today, I visited Unity in South Boundbrook, New Era, and I also visited Anja. These new dispensaries that are going out, they are not located in industrial centers. While I will address business aspect, that is only ancillary benefit. I am not focused on the tax revenues when it comes to this ordinance. The primary benefit to me is with those whom cannabis helps, specifically for medical purposes, which doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a prescription for it, because you don't need to have a prescription just to get 100 milligram of Advil at your local Walgreens. But from the business aspect, residents from the township already purchase elsewhere. From my house, you can go to AYR in 7 minutes. Metuchen is opening up. Anja is right on the border. The two that are there's 3 in Plainfield, 3 in Scotch Plains on the north end, so you're within 12 minutes driving from there. You also have 2 in East Brunswick, and as I mentioned, AYR in Woodbridge, but they are also expanding to 1 additional one. I understand the concerns that residents have in regards to impacts on children, but we have to be honest as parents to actually educate our children. So for my daughter, I will tell her that the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25, so be cautious with this, right? Because we have to just be honest and have an open dialogue about it. I also know individuals that are in the industry that straight up say that the Raritan Center is not either ideal or that there's just actually no space for them there. So it's pretty much a zone that doesn't actually fit the industry. Additionally, if you think that we're going to get people to come into township with our 7 p.m. deadline, as our code currently states, I would argue that that would be a hiccup that businesses may have concern. But I will stray away from that, and I want to focus on just primarily the medical aspect. I apologize, but like, what I believe we need to do is make sure that those who would like to use cannabis have access to it. Not everyone always has the time available to have to drive out elsewhere to do so. They may have the ability to, but it's not always practical. Again, we are talking about a limited amount of potential venues, of which there are buffers of where you can't have one X amount of feet from another. And I think that we need to be cognizant that not everyone that uses cannabis is just going to be out here pushing it forward. There's still a stigma with it. I disagree with that stigma. I think that this is another step in terms of breaking down that barrier. What I will say again, and I apologize for my at-length statement, I would have done this earlier. My understanding that the buffer zones are not being redacted would limit many areas along the Route 1 and the Woodbridge Avenue corridor. Whether you're talking in the residential aspect, going on the southbound side of both areas of Route 1, or if you're talking about the educational zones that are on Woodbridge Avenue. I think that these buffer zones provide enough distance between so that we can still offer this, but be cognizant of the quality of life with the residents. I apologize for my at-length comment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President?
Council Vice President.
So I was a child of the 60s and 70s. I was in the Woodstock generation, and yet somehow I never, ever tried or used weed. And for that, maybe my brain should be donated to science to find out exactly why that was. But having said that, I'm in favor of this because I agree with Councilman Pointer that I have seen the evidence of the medical benefits of marijuana from others. And were I in a position where I was looking for pain relief, or God forbid I had I had cancer and I was going through a lot of pain, you bet I would be going to one of these dispensaries and getting some relief from cannabis. And we can't ignore the revenue aspect, the ratables, because the township of Woodbridge has, I believe it's $600-something thousand that they get from this, and that also helps the tax burden on the residents. It would be the same here. And so I am, and the other thing about it is that this is regulated. This is something that hopefully it's going to help to keep anything with fentanyl that comes off the streets. And so I've seen the impact in other towns and other states, and I am in favor of this ordinance, or at least introducing it. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President. Would you like to speak? Yeah,
Yes.
Councilman Rusher.
Yes, as someone that was part of this at the beginning, and listen, as a Democrat, I'm going to be honest here, right? I'm not going to tell you that I didn't inhale, right? I grew up in the 70s. Yes, I did inhale. I definitely smoked, all right? But this isn't about that. This is about a quality of life issue. And it's not about revenue, because the idea of putting it in Raritan Center was to have it for growing and distribution where the major money was. The money that we get, the trinkets that we're going to get from a store, when it brings down our quality of life. And while it's legal, right? And well, I'm not afraid, if I want to smoke pot, I'm not afraid to say I'll smoke pot, okay? But I don't want to see it all around our town like the massage parlors were. Now, like my council colleague said, well, this is legal and there's benefits. We have sex shops here in Edison, right? But nobody wants to have sex shops all over Edison. Nobody wants to have massage parlors all over Edison, and nobody wants to have pot shops all around Edison. And when I looked at this, Where I was aghast was, this is all in South Edison, number one. Number two, I noticed that none of these areas have a council person that lives there. So what I would like to propose, if we're going to do this, then let's propose to put the pot shops where all our council people live also. But I will not be supporting this. And another thing, when people talk about access, like my colleague, I heard my colleague talk about access. I can tell you this, none of them smoke pot. Because if you do, and you want to, you pick up your phone and you Google it and they ship it to your house. So there's no need to have the brick and mortar store that deteriorates our quality of life. That's where I'm going. You know, you can order it and have it delivered. So if you have medical issues or whatever it is, you can go online, you can get this stuff. It's all regulated. And it's the same thing that's going to your retail places because they have to be licensed to actually sell it. But to put this in neighborhoods where none of us live, I think is wrong. And it will be something that I won't even support putting it forward to discuss any longer. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Any other comments?
Council President, can I address some of those items?
Sure, Councilman Pointer.
Not everyone wants to know that you purchase marijuana, cannabis, weed, pot, however you want to call it, right? So to indicate that you can just do this as an alternative, I disagree. Some people like to have that low level of privacy. Additionally, if you want to just have them pay more because of the delivery aspect, that's fine too. I disagree with that aspect though. It was mentioned again about now it was added with the sex shops and the absurd amount that were in the township, quote unquote. There's still a quantity limit in our ordinance pertaining to dispensaries. Now, what I will say is that if my colleagues who may not be in favor of this necessarily because of the inclusion with cultivation, as Councilman Brescher made, I would have no issue at a further date making sure that cultivation is only allowed in the Raritan Center. I think that makes perfect sense and is a good compromise. But to eliminate the potential access, and I believe in access, and let me just be straightforward, I've smoked pot in the past. It is what it is. But the fact is that if I am a believer in that access will be beneficial to the community, it will help people that may not be as outspoken as I am being right now, and that's just my personal feeling. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Councilman Coyle.
I just had 2 points of clarification here. First, when it came up as a vote for the public, it was voted unanimously to have cannabis. Okay, and second, I just want to point out what Council Vice President talked about with fentanyl. I prefer someone not shopping outside the black market to get something possibly laced with fentanyl, which is extremely dangerous and it's everywhere right now, and to go to a qualified shop and make a purchase. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other comments?
Council President,
Councilman
just want
Patel.
to make one clarification. This council adopted this ordinance, not the zone change, but to allow cannabis business in Edison way back. I think majority of the council supported back then. I was one of them. The intent here is I hear, stories about the access, etc. I don't think we are prohibiting. The concern is about the choice of the locations. Had it been probably kept in certain blocks, I would have been fine with that. And that's the reason the first time when we came up with the location, it was picked up between the Emboy Avenue, all the way to the Heller Park. That was the reasoning behind that. But I would never be happy putting this on Talmadge, especially right in front of India Grocer, right in front, closer to VFW 11377, which definitely qualifies, regardless what we say, 1,000 feet, it meets all the criteria. And if you look at the proximity of the high dense area around that, whether you call the Hana Road or whether you call Raspberry or Edison Manor or Edison Village or any of those, probably, you have huge population and the number of kids they are around that area. And especially I have major concern because this is going to be in very close proximity of one of the most, I would say, the used grocery store. It's very close proximity. That area I have the objection. Again, I'm not opposed on some of the spots. Again, just to make it clear, it is not about opposing the ordinance. It's about changing the zone or adding the zone that are not, I would say, I would not agree with that.
Thank you, Councilman Patil.
Council President, can we move for a vote, please?
Let me just make my comments, and I will motion it to vote.
30 seconds. Sorry.
I think Councilman Pointer made it very eloquent, and I agree with it. There is a medical use for it, and there is a need for our residents to have access to it. And I understand there is a delivery service, which is fine, but if we don't allow our residents within our township, we are here to serve, and the township voted for legalization 60%. So I believe there is a need and a demand for it, and I believe we should serve our residents that do want it. And we can argue about the locations. Some of these locations, like the National Road, the Talmadge Road, a lot of them are just warehouses. The US Route 1 is the one that will be most commercial, and I think it's the most viable. Also, the sex shops are not legal. Marijuana is legal, and there is a use for it. And there is a limitation, as 3 limitations. We only have 3. So, and I won't call $600,000 per store per year trinket of money. That's a lot of money that will be coming into Edison that we could use for a lot of benefits. And if we don't allow it, they will go to the neighboring towns, Metuchen, right in the center of Edison, and they will get the benefits. And that's, I'm not sure if that's the sound business decision there. Either way, I will take a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patil.
Yes. All right, moving on to public comments on the resolution. Anyone would like to make a comment on the resolutions? Seeing none. Oh, we have Joel.
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane. I have a question about Resolution 074, Municipal Broadband Services Grant from New Jersey, $2 million. My question is, what conditions does the state put on what Edison has to do for that grant? What's that grant going to involve? And the reason I ask that is because there's a lot of skepticism about the viability of municipal broadband. There's a question as to whether any municipality has been able to run a municipal broadband service profitably. My research shows that the only one that arguably has been able to do it profitably is perhaps Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's a service area with maybe 3 times the population of Edison's, and there are studies that indicate that even their profit numbers are probably misstated because they don't appropriately account for the capital costs of establishing the system. And I don't know that there's any municipality in New Jersey that has embarked on this. So my question is it really even worth going after this grant? And if we do get it, what is it going to entail?
Sonia, can you answer that?
Sure. The resolution is actually accepting the grant. We were awarded the grant, so this is the process having to go to council. In the application itself, there's a 24-month outline as which we have to build a portion of the infrastructure, and part of that is the server, an area, the business, business report that's forthcoming, those things. So that's what's entailed.
Is Edison going to have to spend more money on this than Edison is receiving in grant money?
Yes, the total infrastructure will be more than that. However, this is to start.
And the rest of my question is, are there any other municipalities in New Jersey that have embarked on municipal broadband?
I'm not aware of any, and so we'd be the first.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else would like to make a comment?
Hello again, Bruce Seitz. I'm tired, you're tired. I've been on the cable committee for 5 years. I know what Optimum does, what Verizon does, what broadband does. I'm on a condo board in Florida. We work with Infinity down there. These companies have huge infrastructures, okay? I'm not going to go into what I said in previous meetings, but the question is, we're having problems right now doing the municipal water, getting the pumps and the meters and everything, all right? How the hell, pardon the French, are we going to set up a whole broadband internet cable company when you have 3 companies out there doing a job? Okay, I don't want to insult anybody, but do you know all the elements involved in putting together a company? Okay, I bought and sold companies. I did startups. I don't understand even what's involved with Optimum, and I speak to the director and the vice president, and I met with vice presidents at Verizon. Okay, how do we set up the whole thing with equipment, with parts, with technology, with computers, with a call center, with technicians, with insurance and everything? This whole thing is ridiculous. And Joel and I spoke about this also. He made the comment, Chattanooga, yes, it's the only city in the country that is doing it, okay? They are not showing any profit. And regarding the question where you said you don't know, in Jersey, I brought this up 2 years ago. If anyone wants to go to the record, they did it in Patterson and either Trenton or Camden. It was a failure, and they just used it for the municipal building. So I think this whole thing could, instead of Edison Lighthouse, this could be Edison Folly if we try to go in and put together a broadband and go against, and we should really try to work out better relationships, better alliances, get in Comcast. I could go talk to Verizon again. Verizon didn't want to do it because in a significant analysis, there was no return on investment for them. They said they're not starting to go in and have to duplicate what is already in place. And that's it. I'm tired. I've said it. I made my point. I will debate this with anybody. And good night.
Thank you, Mr. Seitz, for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing none, a motion to close the public portion, please.
Motion to close the public portion.
So I have a motion from Councilman Patil, second from Councilman Coyle to close the public portion. And where else? Anything needs to be pulled for a separate vote? Any councilman? Seeing none. Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
May I have a second? So I have a motion from Councilman Patil, second from Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, please give roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. We already did number 24. So now I am going to open it up to the... Huh? You want to make any comments or anything? We got to answer the... Okay. Okay. So there's a couple of things we have to take care of before we close the meeting. I first want to do the moment of silence for the retired chief. So if everyone please give 2 minutes of silence. And I had a request to combine the March 25th meeting with March 27th to do a combined meeting. by Council Vice President, and I was hoping to do a motion and whatever the council decides is the way we'll go.
Can I just make the comment as
Yes,
well?
Council Vice President.
I propose this only because it's the Monday, the 25th is a Taste of Middlesex, and so I made that request. I'll leave it up to council colleagues.
All right, may I get a motion to combine March 25th meeting to March 27th?
Motion to combine.
Is there a room for discussion on this?
Yeah, you can make a comment. Let's just do the motion and then we'll make the comments.
Okay.
May I get a second? Councilman Patel.
Who made the motion? Did I?
No, Councilman
Okay,
Patel motioned it.
second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Patel, second from Council Vice President, and now open up to any comments.
Good.
Councilman Brescher.
Okay. Yes, this is exactly the type of thing that the public gets ticked off about, because so that we can go and eat and drink, we're going to extend our next meeting till 11:21 at least. When I've heard from my council president and from the attorney, the idea is to speed up the meeting, right? And here we go now, we're proposing to do this so we can eat and drink. Even this meeting, the meeting that we had, didn't have to be a combined. We could have had the meeting on Tuesday and Thursday, right? We could have had the two meetings. But instead, again, council president after council president, and not one of them can seem to figure this out. But they all complain that the meetings go on too long. So I'll be honest with you, I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Anyone else?
Yes. This is just a request, and I'm happy to go with whatever the council decides to do with this. I understand the liabilities, the downside of this, but it's just a request, and I respect whatever council wants to do.
And Councilman Patel.
Council President, what happened tonight probably we can avoid. Again, this is lesson learned. And I hear you, Councilman Brescher, but what we can do is either we trim down our discussion items during the combined meeting, and hopefully, we can speed up, or we move the discussion items at the end of the meeting after all the resolution has passed. So we can probably go back and forth as much as needed. Not saying that we had to wait till midnight, but hopefully we can speed up the process and we don't punish the residents.
Thank you for your comments. Do you want to say something?
Yes, because I just want to point out that won't work. That would be an utter failure also. I mean, right here, we're at 11:23, right? I'm not complaining. I'll sit here till 3 in the morning. I'll be the last one to leave here, that's for sure. But we still didn't answer one question from the public. We didn't get to comment. So we still have at least, I'd say, a half hour left in the meeting. And once everybody leaves, I mean, who do we have that we're going to be speaking to? We have 50 people in the room, and we wore them down, and now they left. So, yeah, I mean, I do. I have a serious problem with the combined meetings. I've said that over and over with each council president, and each one seems to neglect the public's will, but then tries to come up with a better way to crack an egg.
Councilman Brescher, thank you for your comments, and you can vote whichever way you prefer, and that's up to you. And in terms of doing it Tuesday, the dais wasn't available to us per Marlena, so we couldn't have done that. But moving forward, since we have it, can we do a roll call?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer?
It's okay, it doesn't. I'll just vote how I.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Brescher?
No.
Councilmember Coyle?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Patel?
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer?
No.
Councilmember Shmuel?
Yes.
Council President Patel?
Yes. All right. Now, on to the questions. We had a big request for ordinance 1936, 2016 repeal. If the council wants to make a comment on that.
Council President?
Yes.
Just because I've asked this question to our planner before, and I live in the area, I get this often. This zone was established through an area in need of rehabilitation. So there are slightly different items, to my understanding, in regards to process. Because the master plan is working in conjunction at the moment both items, no matter what, have to go back before the planning board, whether it's to modify the area in need of redevelopment or the master plan itself. Both are zoning recommendations by the planning board. So to me, if the master plan recommends that the zone in the Amboy Avenue zone gets modified, we don't need to modify the rehabilitation area because the planning board, in essence, by approving the master plan, and if that's a recommendation, say that that's okay. So I understand the point with it, but my understanding with, no matter what, we would either have to send it back to the planning board for the area in need of rehabilitation and modifying that, or waiting for the master plan to come forth. I don't think that we can just change the zone as it is because we needed the rehabilitation plan to change the zone previously. So that's just my thoughts. I understand the frustrations with it, but if both have to go back before the planning board as it is, and the master plan is at that completion point, I would say just wait for the master plan, but maybe I'm mistaken.
All right, thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Because no matter what, you still have to go back to area in need of rehabilitation and have it go back to the planning board, then come back to us, then back to planning board, back to us, time-wise.
Okay, no back and forth, please. Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, Council President, to the attorney, really. And I don't know if you know land use, getting tired. 3 stories, 4 stories. So we have this written down, right? Why can't we just take an eraser and erase the 4, right, and put the 3?
So as Councilman Pointer was just explaining, this was done through a designation of the area as an area in need of redevelopment. When you do that, it's got to go to the planning board. There's got to be a study done. And then once that study done is, those recommendations are voted on by the planning board, it comes to the council to adopt the ordinance that redesignates the area as an area in need of redevelopment, and then adopts the recommended redevelopment plan from the planning board. So to change that, and I think this is what you were getting at, Mr. Pointer, you would then have to go back to the planning board for a change in that area in need of redevelopment in order to cancel it based on the land use laws that allow you to do so in the first place. So once you're locked into that, it becomes it's not impossible to change, but it becomes a little bit more difficult to change because you have to follow the proper procedures under the MLUL for making those changes, and by involving the planning board and not usurping their zoning power from the dais. So it's doable. It's definitely something that my office will look into how to get done.
Well, listen,
if it's something that should be done, but it's not as simple as simply throwing up a resolution saying we cancel this. It just wouldn't work that way.
Okay, well, I'm looking to move something forward like the public is and everybody else. I'm not looking for your firm or you to look into this, right? Like when you said look into it, I was really hoping that you knew about land use. Because if you did, right, you wouldn't need to look into it. It would just be like you stated. The procedure is we have to go for an area in need of redevelopment and send it back to the planning board. And that would be simple. And I'm looking for the simple thing because—
Isn't that what I explained to you, sir?
No, but then you said, I'm going to have my firm look into it, which isn't that very simple thing of— we just have
I think we're going to move on. I think the legal answered this question.
So,
all right.
My question is—
we have a bunch of questions to go through.
Yeah, I get that. Nish, listen, I get it, but I didn't get my answer.
I think
you're going to try, and it's not going to work.
I think he addressed the issue, and I'm going to move on. Councilman Brusher, you're not recognized anymore.
What do we need to do to get this moving forward? Can we have that area in need of redevelopment for the next meeting? Or we can't.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Brusher. We're moving on. The Route 27 and Route 1 trash. Sonia, can you address that?
Sure. So we work with the DOT on that, so I'll make sure to contact our engineering team to make sure that they are actively doing that. I know Mr. Bignell's been working with them a lot closer to make sure they take care of it sooner than later, so I'll make sure that that request is made. And again, email me with those kinds of things. It'd be appreciated because I could be proactive in that manner.
Thank you very much. And there was also the suggestion of special needs database. I think that sounded pretty good to me, but I would like to look into it a bit further.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we already have that in place, and Deputy Chief Dudash spoke to the gentleman about it.
Okay, sounds good. The Utica Lane garbage trash collection. I understand that we have two portions of township, one portion served by the town and then certain portion is not. I tried to dig into as to why that is, and I searched for like months and I still never got a final answer. Can we look into it, why that is and how it ended up there?
I'm good, finish.
Okay, go ahead.
No, he asked me, he said, you want to go out and have a cigar? I said, no, I have to ask the president the question when he gets done.
All right, Sonia, when you get a chance, you can get back to me on that.
You'd like to know the history of the garbage?
To why, how that developed.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Snow day, I believe we have enough salt rock that.
We do. We
Wait,
don't
Council
close
President,
schools. That's the Board of
Can I
Ed's
comment
purview.
on the public's
I
question?
think there was a comment regarding
about the
that.
garbage?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do, and pass again to the attorney, where we could have people opt out on the township side? And the reason why I say this is the township garbage is unfair to the residents of Edison that are older. Because your garbage is based upon the value of your home. So whereas at my age, I'm in a house that might be worth $700,000 or $1 million, and it could just be, me and my wife there, I'm paying this exorbitant garbage fee, and that's why the people are coming here, because they know other people in the town that have private garbage, and what they're paying is less. So is there a way that we could have something and make that opt out so that people could choose to do their own private sanitation?
I'm not entirely familiar with the sanitation rules in the ordinance, but my initial impression is that yes, and I know that there are many towns that have only private garbage collection. So anything is definitely possible. But I would need to take a look at how your garbage and sanitation collection is structured to be able to give you a definitive answer, and I'm happy to do that.
Because it's been coming up for years. It's not just this meeting, it's been years with many residents.
Just for clarification purposes, though, we have a sanitation budget, so clearly that would, there would be an issue, not necessarily an issue, but there would be addressing of that sanitation budget and what that would do for the township.
Council President?
Yes,
I
Councilman.
just want to share, I'm not in favor of ever privatizing sanitation. I am supported by the employees of the township and DPW, and it would be a terrible move for Edison.
All right, thank you for your comments, Councilman Coyle.
Council President, I just want to add a comment there. This issue has a long history. I think this is a topic we need to take it offline.
Yes.
I think we tried changing that 3-4 years ago when Mayor Joshi was a council member. Even he tried. I think there are some state legislation that were prohibiting us. But at the same token, there are other residents reaching out saying they want to get the township trash removal. So again, this is a larger topic of discussion, so we should table it and.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, and at the salt rock, we have enough salt rock because one of the.
Yes.
Okay, good. Is there a possibility of doing the salt rock prior to? So the idea is that if we spread the salt beforehand, we won't have to do the school closure because the roads will be clean. I think that was the idea that the gentleman had earlier. So before the snow forms and develops and accumulates.
So we do go and proactively salt roads. First, we start with the main arteries. However, whatever the school may determine as a closure, that's up to them. But there is a process in which we salt roads initially, and then we come back the next day to make sure that it doesn't, with the ice.
Okay.
So.
I think that he might have been under the impression that we clean the snow and then we put the salt. But if we're doing it prior to, keep
Yes.
doing that. Thank you. One of the gentlemen brought up the Medicare supplemental help. Do we have that?
I'll follow up with our staff to see exactly what the structure was for Medicare assistance. What we did, what was prior, and what I need to clarify is we hired a social worker, which is a position that previously we had. So I'm wondering if it is the similar position that assisted with that kind of service. So I will follow up in terms of what help there may be for Medicare. I know the county does has assistance for Medicare applications, so I will get in detail to all of the council the Medicare assistance.
Because I think that's a really urgent issue, especially for the elderly. So Medicare confuses me, and I'm in the healthcare field, and there's a lot of nuances, and I think it'll be really helpful to the residents. There was a mention of senior transportation, that we are holding it off and we're not taking on any new members. Is that true?
I'd have to follow up on that. I currently would say we should not hold up on that, so I will address that with our health department.
Thank you. He also mentioned about leaf bag, but I know we gave out leaf bag, but I just want you to confirm.
We did, and we had them in the front. I'm just wondering when the gentleman came to get
Yeah.
that bags, but certainly I'm sure we have enough that we could provide if they just contact DPW.
Okay, and then update on the deer study, crossing guard, and the official list, if we can get that from Maria. She asks every single meeting.
The crossing guards, we're still in negotiations with them.
Okay. And the deer study, do we have that? Oh, okay. Yeah, can you send that to her? And redevelopment again, business. I can't even read my own handwriting. Oh, that was something else. Okay, I think this was the Clara Barton section, but I think we discussed that already. I hear you on the warehouse and the distribution center. I will look into it to see if we can add it for the next meeting. And then for planning board, the site plan committee. Is that something on our books that we can look into? Because I would like to clean it up if it's not there. I mean, if we don't really have a site plan committee, there's no need for it to be there.
Certainly.
Okay. So can we have that for the next meeting, just the cleanup? And I think Joel has a bunch of other points to, if you can email me, that will be helpful. Yeah. If you can just email me whatever changes that you think would be good, that just a cleanup, I would rather have a cleanup done. All right. Then there was a TRC emergency committee management, same thing. I think this is not going to be answered today. We're going to have to go back to it. Budget deadline, again, we need to look into that because, you know, as he said, November public hearing, that does sound nice to me. I think if we can get that in, I would like to do that. But let's see, you know, how that works out.
Council President?
Yes.
As far as the budget process goes, I hold internal meetings with all of our staff. Right now, I'm in the middle of compiling all of the documents along with finance. And once that is done, what I would like to proactively at least give the council 30 days to review those prep worksheets. I know that may not have done in the past, but I think that giving you that ability to look at it, and I can certainly set hours where if evenings work, to review those documents with each of the council member. Some of you are new, so not understanding the outlay of what the budget means. Certainly, I will do that and give you 30 days in advance of reviewing all the documents before we introduce it. Now, the introduction to the budget is I believe it's March 29th or 28th, and or if our meeting has already passed, which I believe it would because it'd be the 27th, then you can introduce it at the first meeting in April. So that is the local finance notice that they put out, and that was in December.
Okay, thank you for that update. There was a question of cannabis. I believe who brought it up, and I think that was the legal administration position, and I think they see the need for cannabis as if we keep it in a corner where no one really goes, they understand that, you know, that's not really serving the residents that approved it, 60%. Moving back to tree cutting and enforcement, the 225 and 231 Plainfield Road, can we get someone on that? Because I don't want to see any trees cut down, and Is there any rules as to who owns those trees, and if they cut it down without permits, can we go after them?
Yeah, it's covered in the tree ordinances.
Okay, and how much is it, even if they cut it without permit, is it just like $500 fine?
I don't know. I can look that up right now for you if you'd like. So.
Yeah, please do, because I believe there should be a higher punishment if there is no permit. We didn't give you a permit, and these trees take time to grow and get to that level.
There are other code violations that you can cite to for failing to obtain the permits, but I'll check the tree arms for you.
Yeah, please do. And in terms of the Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the Edison, New Jersey comment, Chattanooga, Tennessee has 1,272 people per square mile. Edison has 3,397. We have a lot more business per square mile. And I think, again, this is not, I hope it works out. I hope we do the due diligence and it comes back saying that, hey, it will work for us. In terms of the complexity, I have an article from you from The Wired. Let me pull it up. The Wired.com, this was on August 11th, 2022. This man built his own ISP, and now he's getting $2.6 million to expand it. This guy was so frustrated with the amount of service he was getting that he started building his own broadband, and he built it for 30 homes, and he was successful that the U.S. government lent him a lot more money to cover 100 more houses. So it is possible to do it. It is not that complex. So I think if we go in water service, I think the broadband service should be something we can provide. And I think it's necessary if it's feasible. And I believe the state believes in us, and I hope that we can get this done for the residents and provide them another alternative beside the monopolies that they have now.
Mr. Council President, I do have that for you. If you go to the tree ordinance under 25-16, there are violations and penalties listed. Each tree cut, damaged, or destroyed in violation of this chapter shall be deemed to be a separate and distinct violation. Any person convicted of violating any of the provisions of this chapter shall be liable to the penalties stated in Chapter 1, Section 1-5. That's the general penalty provision. It's what's used to issue fines under the local ordinances. It can be, I don't know off the top of my head because I haven't practiced in your municipal court, but I know some of them are up to $2,000, $2,500 per instance. There are additional provisions in here which permit a civil suit in chancery for injunctive relief to enforce the provisions of this chapter, requiring replacement of illegally removed trees or appropriate contributions as set forth in addition to the charges. That would be the remedy.
A question for you, can we update the law to state based on the age of the tree, the amount of damage? Because $2,000 doesn't seem enough if that tree took 200 years to grow to a certain size. I don't think $2,000 will cover it. That time is really...
There are certain degrees to which you can assess penalties under the ordinances for individual acts, but there are also within that violations portion penalties that you can enforce in Chancery Court for replacement, refurbishment, reference to the ordinance itself. But if there is additional penalties that you want to add into that for older trees or larger trees that have taken longer, that's definitely possible.
Okay, let's look into that. And any other questions I might have forgotten that the council wants to cover?
Well,
Councilman Brescher?
President, yes, when you were talking about the broadband, I technically agree with the public. I believe that a lot of people on this body don't have experience in opening companies and running companies and having them be successful, and then at a level of taking it to like $100 million company. I don't even have that experience. Okay, but I know that I don't think that I want to take on the big bear. So I don't see the feasibility in it. I haven't seen the business plan for it yet. All I've been able to do is read articles that said it was a failure, it was a failure, it was a failure. And it only kind of worked in small instances where they ended up where it was like the building, town hall, was broadband, right? And I mean, it's just kind of silly that there are people on this dais and there are people in the administration that think that they're Thomas Edison or Elon Musk. I think they're more like Tesla, and I don't think this is really going anywhere. And I think it's going to show. But the good thing about all of this is I do keep notes. So I will be coming back to everybody 10, 15 years from now on this in case it does go forward. So yeah, I mean, unless I see a business plan that makes sense and the numbers make sense, and the attorney can tell us that we could actually lose money to be competitive.
Make money or lose money?
Lose money.
I think I understand what you're saying. It's just, it sounds confusing when you put it that way.
Where I'm going is we put $100 million into a system. The system, you have to pay interest on that system. That system is going to cost every user $50 a month, whatever the number might be. But Optimum can lower their price like Walmart did to drive out all the small guys. But the township, from what I understand, can't lose money. So we have to charge whatever that is to pay our bill. And that's what these big cable companies did, where this turned into a failure, was they drove the towns bankrupt, and then they bought it back pennies on the dollar. And I honestly believe that that's what this administration is looking to do. And maybe the mayor will go work for the new cable company later on and be a chief executive. I don't know. But to me, this seems like a scam. And I can't wait to see this business plan here. It's going to be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other council members? Seeing none, I would like a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Any second?
Second.
So I have a motion from Councilman Coyle, second from Councilman Pointer. All in favor?
Aye.
No. You can stay here.